Hey there everyone, my name is Hitesh and welcome to a really different video. This video is all about introducing you to some new technologies that we work around. So far on the channel you have seen that we dabble around JavaScript and Python ecosystem, but today I want to bring something new to you. Yes, we are going into Spring Boot ecosystem. So what we're going to do, this is an intermediate to advanced level project. This is not for absolute beginners who have no idea what Spring Boot is or how to even build a project. This is moreover for intermediate to advanced users who want to now polish their skills of Spring Boot as well as Next.js in building the project. So what we're going to do in this one, we are going to use Spring Boot as a backend. We are going to use Next.js as a frontend. And for the storage ecosystem, we are going to use ImageKit. In case you don't know about ImageKit, ImageKit is the industry standard for digital media and all these asset management platform. Big platforms like Cred, Swiggy, Book My Show, all of them uses them, and they have some incredible technologies around with them. You can just upload images with them and they provide you this AI within the URL so that you can transform the image, remove the background, enhance the image, and so much more. So how this project is going to go through? We are going to build an almost like a Google Photos clone where you can upload the photos, add them into the folder, or as they call them as a library. We can archive the images, delete them, and we can transform and do a lot of AIification of the photos. You will be able to remove their background, you will be able to enhance them, change the layout, orientation, and pretty much everything that ImageKit provides you out of the box. You'll be able to build all of this. For the backend, we are going to use Spring Boot. In case you have ever built even a basic to-do app in the Spring Boot, you'll be absolutely comfortable here. We are going to deep dive into the authentication, how a user registers, how a user log in into the ecosystem, how we keep him log in, and then how he is able to upload the images, handling the images, and sending those images to the image kit, how that whole process works. After that, we are going to jump into the front end part, which is going to be via Next.js. In case you don't know, Next.js is a framework which is built on top of the React, but you don't need to worry too much about it. And yes, for writing the code, we are going to use AI as well. Not too much of the AI, but enough, which is kind of industry standard now. It's a pretty fun project and you will learn ton of thing out of it. And once you build this, this is a portfolio resume worthy project that you can have it. There is so much more that you can add on to this project. It's a pretty fun one and pretty interesting and little bit new for this channel as well, that will teach you and walk you through about handling everything in the Spring Boot. Don't worry, it is super easy. So that is it. Now let me take you on to the demo of the project that we are going to work through. And as we move forward, we are going to walk through. But before that, I would like to mention one more thing in here. In case you are not aware about the image kit, I would just like to point one small thing. This section only. So what ImageKit provides you is all the image optimizations. So your image is not actually 3.5 MB. It automatically goes into 100 KB, but still the quality remains same. This is really important. They also do the video streaming, player and analytics. We are not going to be touching that, but we'll be touching this one quite a lot. As you can see, the images not only just removes the background, but you can actually generate or change the different background entirely. It is very useful for the products and all these categories. It also provides you the secure global CDN, which is kind of a required these days, otherwise it will cost a lot. And we're going to go into the deep dive of all of this image transformation. We're going to see that how by changing this, just the URL, it automatically figure out that where to zoom in, where to crop and all of this. This whole thing, yeah, you're going to learn all of this. Each and every feature that you see around is all covered in this project. So this is not just any toy project. This is really something that you can build and show off and can actually present in your resume as well. Pretty fun, pretty excited to walk you through now in this new paradigm of Spring Boot as well. So all right, without a further ado, let's go ahead and check out the demo and we are going to build everything step by step after that.
All right, everyone, and welcome to the demo video of our project. So this is the login page, and this is the first feature we wanted to implement. So what you can do, you can basically give the names. All right, after that, I can simply create a account. So the moment I create an account, I will be redirected to the home page of our Google Photos that contain a photos section, a album section, a archive section, a trash section. Not only this, you can even change from light mode to dark mode and dark mode to light mode, and look at that, how beautiful they look. Right now what you can do, you can basically upload photos. So let me just show you one uploaded photo. So you can upload a single photos, and this photos will basically going to upload it towards the image kit. And not only single photos, along with single photos you can upload multiple photos as well. So let me show you the multiple photos as well. That I know everyone looks same, but it's okay. And with this, what you can do, you can simply go to the album section and you can create a new album. So I can simply say that uh, my photos. Okay, so this will be my album, and I can simply press on album. And the moment I go to photos section, and if I press on select photos, I can select all of my photos and then simply say add to album. Then I can select my albums of my choice, and then I can simply say add to album. So the moment I go into album section and open this, look at that, this is how they beautiful they look. And not only this, you can even select any of the photos. You can archive that photo, and the moment you go inside archive section, you will able to see this. Not only archive, you can even simply press on any images, and with the help of that you can remove the image background. You can add background plus shadows, you can add change background, you can add generative fills, you can add uh, smart crop, object crop, retouch, upscale, AI edit, and lot of things. So let me just show you one of them, which is remove background. And the moment I simply say preview transform, so they will going to start transforming for me. So let's just wait for it. Okay, and within a few seconds they will going to show us the output. Perfect. Amazing. And look at that, now I can see that the AI, the ImageKit AI able to remove this background. And not only this, I can simply say save as new photo. So now I can save this photos as new, and the moment I go inside my photos section, I'm able to see this image as well. Okay, so amazing. Now let's just wait for the saving section. And not only this, you can add background shadow, change background, generative fields, and lot of things. And look at that, this is the new image you can see. And what you can do more, you can simply again go into albums, select any one of the image. Let's say this one, and now I wanted to move it to the thrash. So the moment I press on move to thrash, you guys can check your thrash section. And with this, what you can do, you can even restore them and you can delete it forever. So let me just try to delete it forever, and this is how they're going to work for you. And this is the library storage that we have, and you can see that how much photos you have uploaded. And go inside the photos, and this is the project we will going to build in upcoming chapters. And I can even sign out and I can re-log in as well. So amazing job, and see you next time. All right, beautiful people, and welcome to chapter number 0. In this chapter, we'll simply going to talk about that how you can set up Spring Boot project with all the required dependencies. Along with that, we'll also going to set up a front end, and for the front end, we're going to use Next.js 16 and Satishan UI, 10 stack query, and a lot of other stuffs as well. But for now, this is something that we wanted to do specifically in this chapter number 0. So first step is let's just simply move ahead and start initializing this Spring Boot project. So for initializing Spring Boot project, you need to visit start.spring.io. And inside this, first thing that I wanted you to do is to simply select the Maven, and along with Maven, select the language, which is Java definitely, and also go with a 4.1.0, the Spring Boot version that we wanted to use, not the snapshot one. Along with it, you can simply put the group you wanted to add. So for that, instead of example, I'm simply going to say this as project, and more of as project. Yes, let's just simply keep that as a project. And backend, I can simply going to name it as a project dot backend, so that we'll have the backend project we need. Okay, and make sure to select this packaging as jar and configuration as property. You can even go with YAML if you wanted to. And the Java version I'm going to use right now is the 21. You can even use 17 if you wanted to, but let's just simply move ahead and start using Java 21. Now, what next? Next, we wanted to add a few of the dependencies. So, the first dependency that I need is for Spring Web so that we can build the RESTful APIs and we can follow the Spring MVC architecture. Perfect. And along with Spring Web, I also wanted you to add the Lombok so that we can use the annotations here instead of writing a lot of things manually. Perfect. Along with Spring Web, Lombok, I can also wanted you to add uh, something known as JPA, Spring Data JPA, and then the Postgres driver so that we can simply connect our JPA with the Postgres. And next thing that I wanted you to add the Spring Security. Yes, so let me search for the Spring Security. And yeah, for now we are good to go. Now let's move ahead and let me simply press on generate. So after pressing on generate, we have this backend folder. So what I'll do, let me download that inside my downloads folder and unzip it and open this inside my choice of code editor. You can even open this project into the IntelliJ IDEA, but I'm going to use here cursor because I'm much more comfortable with that. But if you want, you can use IntelliJ IDEA as well. Amazing. So I have pasted this folder inside my Google Photos Spring Boot clone project, and now you guys can see that we have everything inside separated backend folder. Okay, nice. In same way, I also wanted to initialize front end. So for initializing front end, I can simply open my terminal and I can going to create a new folder with the name of client or front end, whatever you wanted to say. And after that, I can simply cd into the client folder and simply visit Next.js doc. And inside this Next.js documentation, copy this command, which is npx create next app at the rate latest. And okay, let's just move ahead and install Next.js. And first thing they're asking you, okay to proceed, yes. And what will be the name? I just wanted to initialize into the current folder, which is client. So let's just go with it. Next, would you like to use recommended Next.js defaults? So for now, I think say yes. Let's just go with the defaults that we have specific to Next.js and wait for a few seconds. Then I'll be right back. Amazing. So Next.js installation is done. Next step, I simply wanted you to visit the ui.sadcian.com and I can simply say build your own. And after pressing here, I can simply shuffle it and choose the design that I wanted to use. So I can simply press on shuffle. You can definitely choose the design of your own choice. I think this one looks good to us, but okay, I just wanted to change it. Maybe this looks much better. And yes, let's just go with it. So I can simply press on open preset, and not the open preset, actually the get the code. And this is the Next.js that we have, and toggle this use pointers on button and copy this installation command and paste this installation command inside the terminal. And once again, let's just wait for a few seconds. Amazing. So now installation is done, and let's move ahead and close this simply. What next? Next, I simply wanted to add all the components we have available on this Satchian. Okay, so let me just select any one of them and copy this command, open my terminal, paste it. But instead of adding only the attachment one, I simply going to call this command. The command name is simple. So let me just shift my video so that you guys can able to see it properly. And hopefully this is visible now. Perfect. So now this is all the basically, let's just read it. So which component would you like to add? Space to select, A to toggle all, and enter to submit. So I can simply going to press on A so that I can select all of my components at once and install it. Perfect. So let me simply select it, and the moment I press on enter, I'm just start going to install it successfully. Okay, so now installation has started. Look at that, checking the registry, installing dependencies. So all of this component now going to start installing at once. Perfect. Amazing. So now installation is done. But next? Next, you can simply visit towards your components folder into the client, definitely, and check all of the component now we have. So we have this accordion, alert dialog, alert aspect ratio, a lot of other components that we basically need. Amazing. And we also have some hooks, we also have some libs and all of that thing. But if you are a complete backend developer, you can simply ignore it for now and just focus on this folder. Amazing, amazing job. So now we have successfully initialized the backend and the front end as well. What next I can do, I can simply move ahead and just wanted to check that everything is working perfectly fine or not. So first thing, let me just run my front end application. So I can simply hit npm run dev, and then I can visit localhost 3000 just to see, hopefully I'm able to get something as an output. And yes, this is working perfectly fine. And what next I just wanted to check is my backend is working perfectly fine or not. So for that, let me cd into my backend and run this. Amazing. So now I've simply opened this backend folder, and inside that we have this backend application.java. And what next I can simply going to run this. So the moment I run this, you guys can see that my Spring application is opening. But because that we are using jpa, and for that we need to set our database a url, now this is throwing us error. Look at that. Failed to configure a data source url attribute is not specified, and not embed data source could be configured. So this is something that we're going to fix in next chapter. But for this, I can say that our front end is working, our back end is working. So I can simply initialize a new git repo. So commit this and publish a new branch, and not like this actually. Okay, so I need to fix it. Let me just fix it and publish this onto the GitHub, so that everyone can basically access all the code that we are using inside this project. So with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, everyone, and welcome to chapter number 1. In this chapter, we'll simply going to initialize the Postgres database and configure that database URL inside our application.properties, definitely in Spring Boot backend. Along with that, we also wanted to add all the packages map for the backend that we need. So basically, all the folder structures that we're going to use inside our project, like configuration, like controllers, repositories, services, all of that, we simply wanted to add the folder specific to that. Along with it, we also wanted to set up the theme provider and 10 stack query provider for the front end as well. So now let's just move ahead and start initializing it. So first thing first, simply visit inside your uh, project, and inside this project at the root level, I just simply wanted you to add one docker compose.yaml file. Okay, and inside this docker compose yaml file, I simply wanted you to add this configuration specific to docker. So first thing, the services that we wanted to use as the Postgres, and then the image that we have for specific to Postgres. Container name should be Google Photos DB. You can definitely change it Google Photos clone DB. Okay, then this is the environment. The DB name is Google clone, Google underscore photos. Username is this, password is this, and port, because 5433 is already occupied. So I just wanted to go with 5434 because 5432 is also occupied inside my system. Then this is the volumes that we're going to use. Along with it, we have bunch of health check commands, and this is the volumes that we wanted to keep it empty for now. So now let me simply save it, and make sure inside your system you have Docker desktop installed. So make sure to open this, and hopefully your Docker engine is up and running. Amazing. So now our Docker engine is up and running, and the next step that I wanted to do is to simply say docker compose up -d, because I wanted to run this into the detach mode. So now our Postgres database is up and running onto the port 5434. Nice, amazing. What next? Next is simply close this and go inside your backend source main resources and application dot properties. Okay, you simply need to open this application dot properties. If you think that how this is actually getting highlighted, so I have installed a bunch of extension specific to my Java setup. So make sure to, if you just wanted to use cursor, VS Code, don't want it to go with IntelliJ IDEA for some reason, so you can definitely configure the entire project, entire ecosystem specific to Spring Boot inside the cursor or inside the VS Code only. Perfect. Because you guys can see that we have this Java project entirely here. We have this Maven structure as well here. So you can do everything that you can do inside your IntelliJ IDEA as well. So now it's up to you which one you wanted to use. Amazing. So let me just simply open this application.properties, and inside this application.properties, first thing that I wanted to do is to simply add the data source. Okay, so this should be spring.datasource.url as JDBC. Definitely, we are internally using JDBC, PostgreSQL, localhost, and this should be your 5434 because this is running on this specific port. Now we need to specify the username definitely, and next we also wanted to add the password, which is also same. Along with that, we definitely need to add bunch of other JPA specific configuration as well. So let me add that as well. So this is like hibernate DDL auto as validate for now, and open in view as false for now, and properties.hibernate.jdbc.time zone as UTC. You can definitely change that in future if you wanted to, but for now this is something that we wanted to use. Amazing. So now if I just simply move ahead, and if I open my Java and the backend application, and if I just try to run this Java application, and just to show you, and look at that. Now this is something that we got as JDBC URL, and this is the URL we have: driver, dialect, data version, default, auto commit mode, isolation level, everything is perfectly working here. And this is the using generated security password. Now what is this? This is something that in future we're going to use Spring Security. So this is specific to that, but for now we just don't want it to use it. And this is something that we got right now, and our application is up and running on port 8080 using Tomcat as a servlet. Okay, so this is something that we have successfully initialized, and our database is also connected to our backend. Amazing. But next we simply wanted to go inside the client, and wanted to set up bunch of theme provider and 10 stack queries. So for that, let me again go to the ui.sadshian.com and search for dark mode, and then select this Next.js. Inside this Next.js, first thing first, install your next theme package, and make sure that you are into, let me open one more new terminal and cd into the client, and let me rename this to client as well. So let me rename it to the client, so that I just keep it, remember this is specific to client terminal. And then I can simply say npm install next themes. Amazing. And then they are saying us is to simply add a theme provider here. So let me copy this command and go inside my components. Inside my components, let me add one folder with the name of provider. Inside this provider, let me add this theme provider.tsx and paste this code. Now what next? Next is simply open your app. Inside your app, open your layout.tsx, and inside this layout.tsx, this is something that we wanted to use as the provider. So let me copy this command and let me paste it. Okay, so this is that we have theme provider, and let me import my theme provider successfully. Along with this, they are also telling us to add this attribute as like this. Okay, let me just simply add, which is suppress hydration warning. Perfect. And let me just save it, and now we have successfully set up the dark and light mode feature as well. And for simulating it, let me copy this toggle component and close everything, go inside your components UI and create one component with the name of mode toggle.tsx and paste this code. Okay, and remove this as child props because we are using base UI internally. And okay, we also wanted to install this Lucid React. So let me simply say npm install Lucid React. What is this Lucid React? Lucid React is your, I can say that component library that we wanted to use. Amazing. Perfect. Now let me run my application as npm run dev. Close everything and open your client app and page.tsx. Remove everything that we have at this point and simply import your mode toggle component. And hopefully I'll get suggestion. Okay. Now, let's just visit on localhost 3000 once again, just to see is everything working fine or not. And if I just simply say this to light mode, yep, now we're able to switch to light mode. And this is the dark mode, and amazing job. We have successfully set up the database part and the front end's theme provider parts. Now, one more thing which is left as 10 stack query. So what is this 10 stack query? 10 stack query is basically help you to manage your server side states onto your client. So query gives async data a cache, a life cycle, and set of declarative APIs for fetching, sharing, reflecting, mutating, and observing server state across TypeScript application. Definitely a front end is TypeScript application. We wanted to use that. Now I can simply press on read the doc, and if you just want, no Suraj, you just need to impress us a lot around this 10 stack query, so sorry for it, I'm not going to impress you for using this. Okay, but once again, if you want, you can read it, read more about what is this 10 stack query. So 10 stack query, formerly known as React query, is often described as the missing data fetching library for web applications, so bold statement. But in more technical terms, it makes fetching, caching, synchronizing, and updating server state in your applications a breeze. Perfect. So you can read more about it. Simply press on installation, and we are using npm. So why not? Let me just simply install this as npm I @ 10 stack / react query. And let me close this and again open your component provider and simply add one query provider here. And inside this query provider, simply say RAFCE and name it as query provider. Okay, so let me just simply accept the AI suggestions and let me initialize one state variable. So let me simply initialize a state variable and let me import my use state. Just a minute. And this is something. Okay, so now this is our final query provider. So what we are doing, we are simply importing this query client and query client provider. Okay, and then we are simply wrapping up this inside a React component. And again, make sure to mark this as a use client component, otherwise this will not going to work. And we are using this use state and initializing a simple query client object here. Okay, amazing. Now what next? Next is simply use this query provider and wrap your entire application inside it. So make sure to import that query provider. And let me close this as well and paste it. Amazing job. So now we have successfully set up and initialize the database into our application, added package. Okay, now we need to add the package map as well. And we successfully set up the theme provider and 10 stack query provider as well. Now let's move ahead and let's just simply initialize and add all the specific folder structure that we're going to use in upcoming chapters. Okay, so first thing first, I just wanted you to add is the first table. Okay, let me simply go inside my main and then Java. Okay, and everything will go inside this backend folder. Okay, so first folder that we need in future is the config folder. Okay, nice. And in same way, instead of folder, you can name it as package. Okay, along with config, we'll going to need something known as domain or entity. You can name it whatever you want. Along with domain, we'll also going to need a DTO. Yep, very important. And then we need something known as security, because we'll definitely going to set up the Spring security here. We'll also going to need something known as exceptions or more of exception. Let me rename it to exception. So this is the another folder that we need in future. Now we need controllers. Yep. We also need something known as services, and we also need something known as repository. Sitory repository. Amazing job. So now we have successfully initialized our backend, set up our database URL, and make sure your database up and running. And then we have also set up this entire folder structure that we need. Inside the client side, we have successfully set up the theme provider and something known as query client. So with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, guys, and welcome to chapter number two's part one. So, in this part, we'll simply going to set up the entire backend specific to authentication using Spring Security inside our application. And trust me, this will be going to very fun activities because we have the generated image. We're going to take references from it so that everything is properly understandable by everyone. Okay, so now let's move ahead and start setting it up. So the first thing that let me just simply explain you the high level architecture that we have right now. So the first thing, every time when we hit any kind of request through client, be it front end, be it postman, depends, and that postman will only talk to either slash register slash login slash refresh is basically for the refresh token, and then we have slash logout and slash main. Perfect. So let's say a user simply hit this slash register endpoint. So definitely if you are hitting register endpoint, you need to pass some sort of information like your display name, your email, your password. Okay. Now along with that, you're going to hit something known as security filter chain. This is specific to Spring Security. Uh, Along with that security filter chain, we're also going to set up something known as JWT authentication filter. Yes, we're going to use here the JWT authentication strategy, which is basically help you to set up your stateless authentication. You need not to basically maintain some sort of sessions. Basically you can simply every time when you wanted to hit your DB, you hit your backend, you need to send your tokens. Okay, so that is something stateless authentication at high level. Definitely there's a lot into it, but for now let's just understand in that way. So we'll going to have something known as security filter chain, and then this will going to talk to your auth services and JWT services, because you can't directly go towards the auth service. You have to go through the security filter chain. Then and only you allow to hit this endpoints. Okay, and let's say you are registering a user. So when you are going through the security filter chain, there is a lot of steps is going into it. Like we are validating your JWT, we are setting the security context, we are basically routing the user towards the public and private routes, something like that. And then we're going to talk to the auth service and JWT service that will going to save your data inside your Postgres SQL. Okay, so this is kind of an high level view that we wanted to do. So next thing that I wanted you to do is to simply close everything and go inside your backend. Inside your backend, open your pom.xml, and inside this pom.xml, search for this. Make sure that you have the dependency installed, name as Spring Boot Starter Security. Okay, nice. And along with it, now simply open your main resources and application.properties. And then inside this application.properties, I just wanted you to add something known as JWT setup here. Okay. So first thing you can simply say app.jwt.secret that I wanted to add. So definitely in future you can change this, but for now, let me just simply say this as JWT secret, and let me put some default values. Uh, Again, you can, for now you can simply say your 256-bit secret. Okay. uh, Again in future you can change it. Next we wanted to give the access token expiration time and refresh token expiration time in millisecond. So simply say this as jwt dot access expiration and then ms, and this will be your simple, I can say that for now as 9 6. Okay, so 15 minutes is enough, and same for the refresh token, that will for the next 7 days. Okay, so let me remove this comment for now. So access token is going to have the refresh time of 15 minutes, and refresh token is going to have of a validation time of 7 days. Simple. Nice. So this is something that we wanted to set up specific to JWT secret. Now, before going anywhere else, first thing that I wanted to do is to simply open your main Java, easy, and then search for something known as domain. Okay, this domain can be entity as well. So it's up to you what you wanted to call it. I prefer to call it as domain. And first thing that you can create here is something known as user.java. This is kind of a model that I can say that this will in future going to convert into the Postgres tables. So for now, you can simply get a user class here. And then I wanted to put all the values that I need to use here. Okay, so I wanted to have the ID, email, password hash, and then the display name when it's created, and that's it. So this is something that I wanted to do. So first thing what I can do, I can simply say this as private string as email. Okay, and in same way, next I can have the private string as password, because we'll never going to save password in plain text, so name it as password hash. And then also say this as private string, and I can simply say this as display name. One more thing, which is last one here, is the private string created at. Okay, and more of string, I can simply say this as instant. Okay, that this utility will come from Java time instant. Amazing. But we wanted to use here something known as Jakarta persistent API, JPA actually. So that will provide us a bunch of annotations. With the help of that, we can uh, properly implement this tables and more of, I can say that, entity, so that this will going to talk to your database and create tables on behalf of you. You need not to write any single SQL query for now. So first thing that I can say this as, I wanted to, okay, first thing you need to add here annotation of entity, because I wanted to make it as an entity. Perfect. What is this? Declares that the annotation class is an entity. The annotated entity class must be a non-final top level class, have a public or protected constructor, have no final methods. Okay, and then first thing, let me put some ID. So let me grab @ID, and then simply say this as generated value, and the strategy should be equal to generation type dot identity. Yes, because this will help us to identify that this is the ID, this is the primary key that we wanted to go with. Or instead of identity, I can simply say this as UUID, because UUID is much better. And private UUID, and then name it as a ID. Perfect. So this will be the type of it. Next, for the email, I can simply say this as the column. This column will again come from JPA, and then this will be your nullable as false, because we don't want it to keep it as null. Always you have to give the email property. Next, I can say this as unique true, because I wanted to make it unique. I just wanted to make my email as unique. Okay, same thing for the, I can say that, password hash, so nullable as false. And I also wanted to change the name of it, so name will be password underscore hash, because this is much more specific to PostgreSQL, and this is how PostgreSQL supports it. Okay, and same with the display name, which will be your again nullable, and we can even put some validation as constraint as length. Length is 100 is enough for a display name. And for the column, name should be created underscore at, and then nullable as false. And then I can simply say this as updatable as false. Yep. And yep, that's it. So now we have this ID, and then we have this email, then we have this password hash, we have a display name, we have created it. Amazing. But next one more thing I can say that, so every time when I'll create some new data, I just wanted to call this pre-persist. Let me first of all get it, and this is simple, an on create event function that will simply going to Say if the value of created at is null, then simply call this instant.now function. Simple. Okay, along with that, I have also implemented the lombok so that I need not to add getter and setter manually by myself. So for that, what I'm going to say, I'm simply going to say this as getter, also say this as setter. Perfect. Now we have getter, setter, and one more thing as builder. What next I can simply say all args constructor and no args constructors. And I think yes, last thing that I can do is I can simply get my table annotation from JPA, and the name of table should be users. Perfect. And now everything is perfectly fine and work without any issue. So now we have this kind of, I can say that, user table ready. User table contain ID, email, password, display name, created at, and a simple bunch of Spring specific annotations so that this will work without any issue. Amazing. Now, along with user, we also need something known as a refresh token. So I can simply say this as refresh token.java. Let me directly quickly copy and paste that. So let me show you what are all the things that we have for it actually. And let me change this just a minute. Okay, so now we have a simple class with the name of refresh token, easy, which contain again ID, user, because from which user this refresh token is belong. Again, and then that's why we simply added here relationship as well, which is many to one, fetch type as lazy, and then optional as false. No, you need to pass it, and then the join column name is user underscore ID, because this will become the foreign key in this specific, I can say that, the table. Okay, and this will going to connect from the user table. Simple database specific thing, not a big deal. Then we simply have this column which contain nullable as false, unique true, because token should be true, and then length is 512. Same for we have expired, then created it, and the same logic that we added here. Along with that, we also have again entity, because we wanted to treat it as an entity. Then the table name should be refresh underscore tokens, not like this. And then again, getter, setter, no args, all args, and then builder. Simple, because we will going to use here builder pattern. So now let me close this and close this as well. Now we have both of the, I can say that, entities ready. So if everything is fine, and if I go to my backend, let me just check it. Okay, this will fine. Let me go to my main backend services and try to run this application. Okay, so Spring is running. Okay, Tomcat is running. Okay, so for some reason this just got breaked. Okay, it's okay. What able to do here? Let me just check it. Spring framework @beans entity manager define in class, unable to build hibernate session factory because is tool schema validation missing table refresh tokens. We have refresh token. Okay, let me recheck that once again. So let me go to my user. Okay, and then this is the refresh tokens. So now we have these refresh tokens as well. This will be fine hopefully. So let me check it and I'll be back. Okay, so I found the issue, and this is very basic issue, and it happens a lot of time. So instead of like simply go inside your source main resources and application property. Now instead of adding ddl auto as validate, change it to update, because validate will only going to check that schema validations, but update will basically help you to create that as well. So now if I just go inside my backend and backend application and rerun this, hopefully this will work right now. Okay, and now connecting to JDBC, and Tomcat server started on port 8080. Amazing. What next more you can do? Hopefully that you have a DB viewer application. If not, you can simply install just to see your database connections, database tables in much better way. Or let's say you just don't wanted to use DB viewer, you can simply search for PG admin. Again, you need to install this inside your system. Okay, so let me open my PG admin as well. So this is my DB viewer. Okay, and this is my PG admin. All right, so in same way I can simply go to my Postgres and go to next, and then you can simply copy and paste the URL that you have inside your configuration. Okay, so this one you can simply come and copy from here to here and simply go to the host section and paste it. Okay, and make sure to give the username and password definitely. So this is your postgres password, pg password, not the pg password actually. Username slash password. So what is your username, whatever your password, you can simply put and connect. Same thing you can do inside your pg admin as well. Okay, you can simply just remove whatever this is actually. Okay, yes, in same way you can create one new database or register a new server or set up a new connections here. Okay, you have lot of object files, tools, edit, view, a lot of things. Okay, so now let me just close this and close it as well. Amazing. So now we have successfully set up two of the domains that we need for now. Perfect. But next step is going to be very simple. Next step, we simply wanted to set up the security filter chain for our application. Okay, so for that, what we need to do actually is to simply create a folder with the name of security. Yes, we already have that. And inside that security folder, I just wanted you to do first thing, which is configure your security filter. Okay, but before that also, I wanted you to go inside your config. Very important. And inside this config, simply create security config.java. Okay, this will automatically create a class out of it. And inside the security config class, what I wanted you to do is to first of all put it as a configuration. Okay, from the context annotations, and then along with that simply say enable web security. Yep, you need to also add that. So now we have successfully enabled the web security as well. First thing first, because in future we'll simply going to need here something known as JWT authentication filter. So we need to inject the dependency here, but for now I can simply going to create a bean here. Okay, and this bean is simply going to be the type of security filter chain. Yeah, so let me just quickly get my security filter chain here. Amazing. And this security filter chain is going to accept this HTTP security, this which will throws an exception, and open it. Okay, and then inside this actually, just a minute, let me close my AI because it's disturbing me a lot. So let me open one. Okay, and inside this what I'll do, I can simply going to say HTTP dot. Okay, and first thing that I wanted to do is to simply say for the CSRF. uh, for now I can simply going to say this as abstract HTTP configurer dot and then colon disable for now. Okay, perfect. And then what next? Next, I wanted to, for the course, I also wanted to say simply this as course will going to be empty of initialized as this. Okay, but next will be your session management, and this session management will again going to be call this lambda, which is a session, and session dot session creation policy. This will going to be as session creation policy will be stateless. Yes, we wanted to go with stateless session creation policy, and then authorize. Okay, so let me simply get this authorize HTTP request, because we want whatever the request is coming, we wanted to put some sort of filter chains onto that. Okay, so first thing, simply we'll get here the auth, and then simply open another auth, which will be going to call your request matchers, and all the request matchers simply say this as https method. Okay, and that http method, let me import http method dot options. Okay, and then simply put the patterns that we wanted to match. Okay, and simply say dot permit all. Very good. This is first thing that we have simply allowed the permitted all. Next thing that I wanted to do here is the request matchers, and this request matcher will now we are simply giving all the auth routes here. Okay, that will be your slash API slash auth slash register, first one. Second one in same way will be your slash API slash auth slash login. Very good. And third one will be again your API slash auth slash refresh, because these are all the route we wanted to make it public route. Okay, so that's why I'm simply calling this permit all method here. Perfect. So what this will actually going to do, this will going to allow all of this routes to visit without any authentication. Next, we also have for the health. So again, patterns dot slash actuator slash health, and this will be again permit all. And last one, okay, this is very important. Our matlab, abhi basically we have all of this. We have this. We have a slash API slash auth register. All of this routes is protected, and basically I can say that public now. But apart from that, any route and any request will come, simply going to say any request and call this as authenticated. That should be authenticated. Perfect. And then add all the filters in future we're going to add. So add filter before. Perfect. And then first filter that we're going to need in future is something known as JWT authentication filter. And next filter that we need is going to be your user name password authentication filter, and simply put the reflection API of it. Perfect. So one thing which is missing with the name of JWT authentication filter. So above this, let me simply try to say this as private final JWT authentication filter, and then simply say JWT authentication filter. So now this is the class which actually don't exist. So let me simply say create a class around it. And okay, now let me inject it. So simply say public security config will going to accept JWT authentication filter, JWT authentication filter, and simply say this dot authentication filter is equals to whatever the value is coming. Okay, so this is something that we did here as dependency injection. Next, okay, we have this simple thing as well here. So this is the first implementation we have, and this is the class out of it. What next? Next, I just wanted you to come out of it. Yep, come out of it, and below this, simply say return http.bit. Perfect. So this is your first bean as your security filter chain. Now let me explain you what is going on here. Okay, now let's move ahead and try to understand it once again. Okay, so the first step is very simple. We simply did here the class setup. Okay, along with that, we added this configuration. This class basically going to define Spring Beans, and more of I can say that the setup. Next, we have the enable web security. This will going to turn on the Spring security for this app. Got it? So this is something that we wanted to do. Next, we have this simple private final JWT authentication filter. So this is basically Spring is going to inject our own custom JWT. I can say that as a filter we wanted to inject. And next we'll simply plugging it out. Okay, on every request, whenever we wanted to do a request, we just wanted to talk to some protected route. In that case, this JWT filter will help you to check whether the incoming requests have JWT token available or not. Okay, that's why we need it. Next, we have this as bean security filter chain. Now, what is this? So this is the main method. Okay, building the security rules. At this point, we are simply building some sort of security rules. So first thing, we simply created the security filter chain. So this is more of, I can say that this is your pipeline that every incoming HTTP request goes through before it reaches your controllers. Okay, so this will going to go through all of this before reaching your controller. This is more of like a middleware. Okay, and what this beans means basically the Spring will going to manage the object of it. Okay, and first thing is we simply turn off the CSRF protection. So basically CSRF matters more of for the cookie based browser session. But as we are using JWT and stateless tokens, so CSRF is usually disabled for now. Next, we basically have the CORS. So for the CORS, I can say this as the course using other course basically will going to allow only one origin, which is localhost 3000. We'll fix it later, but for now we'll simply passing this as a empty object because the course settings in future will going to be defined somewhere else. Okay, now next we have the session management. So basically what is this session management means? This is telling my Spring Security that no server side login sessions. Again, Spring will not create an HTTP session after login. Okay, because this will going to be handled by other one. Next, each request must provide identity again, uh, definitely with the help of JWT tokens that they have. So now we are basically deciding who is available where, who can basically hit which endpoints, and then these are the three endpoints which are public, which is register, login, and refresh. Okay, and again anyone can basically hit this health endpoint without a JWT token, and along everything else required authentication. So this is your public route, anyone can hit this route as well, but along everything else apart from this is your protected route. So basically let's say slash auth slash me slash pro photos albums etc, they need a validation logger, and they need to pass the JWT token for it. Okay, so that is why we basically doing it. Next in same way, we'll also need another bean with the name of password encoder. So let me simply get my password encoder and then bcrypt encoder. Perfect. And last one we have the authentication manager, which will again come from Spring Security, and then the authentication configuration, simply configuration dot get authentication manager. Perfect. So everything is perfectly fine what they are saying. Okay, we'll fix it when we going to create this authentication class properly. This will work without any issue. So first step is done. Next thing that we wanted to do is to simply add the JWT authentication filter. So for adding the JWT authentication filter, first thing that I wanted you to bring this inside your security folder. Okay, and simply say okay. This will going to debug it for us and everything will work without any issue. Now inside your authentication filter based file, this is the class name that we have. We basically need to provide bunch of services, bunch of user specific authentication thing. Okay, so this will implement in a while. But next is simply once again go inside your security, and not inside the security, actually inside your configuration only. And inside your configuration once again create another class with the name of jwt properties.java, and this jwt properties.java will have something like this. What are all the things? So first thing, we have the configuration properties. Prefix will be your app.jwt that we have added inside this. Look at that. Perfect. And then first thing, this is your record definitely. So first thing secret, second is xx expiration in millisecond, and refresh expiration in millisecond, and the configuration property that we already have here. Okay, now let me copy the package name and paste it here. Amazing. So now the JWT property is also configured without any issue. In same way, I also wanted to configure my course. So this will be your course properties.java, and we just wanted to allow something known as allowed origin. Now what is this allowed origin? First of all, let me fix this again package name, which will be this. Okay, so this is the allowed origin. Again we need to add that inside the application property with the name of allowed origin. So what you can do, you can simply say app.course dot allowed origins is equals to, for now we only have http / localhost 3000. Perfect. And we can simply remove this quotations as well. Perfect. Now let me simply save it, and we have this course configuration ready as well. What more we can do? So right now I think this is something that we can do. Okay, One last thing, which is your more of, I can say this as the app config. So this will be your app config.java. And inside this app config.java, first thing will be the config again, configuration. Next thing that we're going to have is the enable configuration properties, and two things that we wanted to configure. First is the JWT properties, because this is something that you need to add the reflection API of it. So JWT properties dot class, simple. And next will be your course property dot class, and simply create bean out of it and configure. Okay, so first of all, let me get the bean. Next, this is for the course, then course configuration, and let me also get the list. And next we have for the URL based configuration source. Amazing. So now let me explain you. First thing, we simply created a bean out of it, and then this is the course configuration. Will going to, we are simply setting bunch of configuration. What are all, like first thing, simply initialized it. Okay, and then simply call the constructor list of all the allowed origin, then all the methods that we wanted to allow, and all the headers that we wanted to allow. And for set allow credentials as true, because we're going to use username and password based authentication. That's why make sure to allow credential as true. And same thing we are doing for this as URL based course configuration, new URL based configuration. Simply put the pattern and add all the configuration related data and return the source. So this is how you can basically configure this. Amazing. And now what next? Next, we simply need to go inside again JWT authentication filter, and we need to add the authentication filter. Amazing. And then first thing that I wanted to do, okay, so this will basically going to uh, extend. Okay, so let me simply say extend something known as once per request filter. Okay, and along with it also simply make it as component. Nice. And then below this I can simply going to say this as public JWT authentication filter, and they will going to accept bunch of dependency. Okay, so these are the three dependencies that we need. First dependency is JWT service that we don't have right now, and user detail service implementation and user service implementation. Okay, so let me for now create class for everyone. In future we'll fix it. Let me also create for user service. Amazing. And now let me simply inject all of them. So all the dependency injection is done for now. Then first method that we wanted to overwrite is the do interval. I can say that do filter internal. Okay, so this is the code that I just wanted you to just go and copy and paste it for now, and then I'll explain you what is going on inside it. So let me simply paste the entire code, and then I'll explain you what is going on. Okay, there's nothing too much into it. So first of all, let me paste the entire code and remove this not null right now. And first thing, I need to get the HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, and then remove this filter chain definitely. So let me get the filter chain as well, servlet exception and IO exception, simple. And at the bottom of it, okay, so these are the methods that we actually need. Now last thing, let me get my security context holder as well and UUID as well. Hopefully this will come. Amazing. So these are the only methods that we need to implement by ourselves. Okay, so first thing first, let me explain you what is going on. So we simply just overwrite this method with the name of do filter internal. Okay, which will accepting the request response and whatever the filter chain that we have. Okay, which will again look at that. This is the something that we have. They will going to have request and then response. This is something that we wanted to use. First thing, we are basically getting the headers from the request. Whatever the request is coming, we simply wanted to fetch the headers out of it. Then next, if headers is null and headers is not starting with bearer, then we simply doing what? Filter and filter it out from here and return it. We just don't want it to allow the user to go ahead. Otherwise, what you will do, simply say initialize a variable with the name of JWT and is equals to header dot substring. So this is the header. We simply wanted to get the, like, if you count it, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So this is the word as 13, but now we wanted to get the bearer. If you just read this, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and this is the space as 7. So after that, whatever the value we have, that is the token that we wanted to get. So that's why we are simply doing auth header dot substring from the index number 7. And these are the bunch of validation we are doing, like is the token is valid or not, is the security context holder that will going to share all the data inside our entire application is null. Then we are simply doing UUID user ID is equals to JWT service and extract the user ID. Then bunch of user services, like is this exist by this specific ID or not. Then we are basically wanted to fetch this by the email ID, and we are fetching the user details. Then we are authenticating a user. Then we are setting the detail and setting that inside the entire context. Okay, let me explain you this with the help of diagram. Okay, so now let's just try to understand that with the help of a diagram. Perfect. So first thing, this is a simple JWT authentication filter, which is simply extending the once per request filter coming from Spring Security. So what is the role of this filter? So the role of this filter is that this filter runs for every request. Very important. Once and if a valid JWT is found, if we able to found the valid JWT, it set the authentication in Spring Security context. Now, what is this Spring Security context? Spring Security context is basically the context, a place where I can say that, like, we store the authenticated user, so that we can use this authenticated user inside our backend anywhere if we wanted to use. Simple, just to fetch the user detail, user some basic information, that's why. So what is the overall flow of it? So every time when client will send you a request, so HTTP request with authorization, that we have bearer token, then JWT authentication filter will simply going to do a filter internal. Then we validate JWT. So if we able to validate the JWT, now we wanted to extract the user ID from the JWT, because whenever you store, so let me just simply take you towards the uh, JSON web token website and show you how this jwt.io works. So this is your JWT token, but every time, like, this is the sub, this is the information that you have. Okay, this is the name, this is the admin as true. In same way, you can store other data as well. So this will going to convert at this point. So first thing is your whatever the claims that you are giving, whatever the algo you are using, that this purplish part, yes, this purplish part is your this thing. And next thing that we have is the secret. Cool. So this is how they basically works. If I just simply enable the autofocus, so this is your something known as algorithm you are using, more of your data, and then this is more of the secret that you are actually using. Perfect. And this is how your JWT token works. So we basically, with the help of the JWT token, I wanted to fetch the user information. Which information? A simple user ID. Okay. So now let me just come here. So if we validate and extract the user ID, we simply wanted to load the user detail and create authentication and set authentication in security holder, so that we can simply going to continue our filter chain. So how we are doing it? First of all, we are getting the authorization header. Okay, let me show you that. At this point where, okay, this one, we are basically getting the authorization header. Simple. Next, we are simply extracting the token. So where we are actually extracting the token? At this point. Simple if else condition, but this is the point we are extracting the token. And oops, just a minute. Very disturbing, but okay, it's okay. And the next is we are simply validating the token and checking the context. So we are for that we are calling this JWT service is token valid. So this is the method that we're going to implement in a while, and this will going to accept whatever the JWT token is coming, and also checks if security context holder does not already have authentication. And then we are simply going to extract user id from token, check if user exists or not. Okay, so something like this. First thing, we're simply going to check, then we get the user id from the token, then we are simply checking what, like with this id a user is available or not. So check if user exists or not, then get email and load user details. So now what we are doing, now we are basically doing user service which don't exist right now. Find by email id, so simply we're going to pass the user id, and if present, then we're going to get what, these the user details by calling this load user by username. Okay, so this is something that we are doing. So what we are doing, fetch email using user service dot find by email, with email load user details using this method, and then create one authentication object where we are creating the authentication object at this point. Okay, and then set the request id as whatever the ip, whatever the session id, etc., using web authentication detail source. Again, this is much more specific to Spring Security. Again, we are actually building the project. So explaining this entire library will not make sense. So hopefully you understand that. If you need a complete guide on Spring Security, make sure to comment inside the video. And next, we simply have the set authentication. In the context, now we are simply setting whatever the authentication context we have. And okay, so this is something that we wanted to do. In same way, I have the same steps here as well. So you guys can see that incoming request, this is security filter chain. If user is allowed, if that is the public route, then simply just go and allow to use it. But if that is not the protected route, if that is the protected route, then simply do what, jwt filter run before what, username password authentication filter, and bunch of steps, and then continue filter chain, and then allow them to go to the controllers. Okay, so this is something that we wanted to do for now. Okay, so now let's move ahead and one by one start creating all the jwt services we have. So for that, once again, let me close everything, go to my source, backend security. We have these three. Okay, so first service that we have is the jwt services. Let me take that inside the service folder. And this service folder is basically going to be dependent on bunch of things. But first of all, let me copy and paste the entire code that we have. Okay, and yes, we need to actually install this JSON web token package. So for that, simply visit your Maven repository and search for JWT. Okay, now we have bunch of them. Look at that. But which one we wanted to install? We wanted to install the io.json web token. Okay, so let me simply search for it. So this is the io.json web token we wanted to use. So let me just press here, and the value you can use this one. Simply copy this and copy the dependency code. Go inside your pom.xml and just below this paste this code. Okay, so this will going to install JSON web token as a dependency. Okay, so let me save this and simply press yes. So this will going to download it, and hopefully this will work right now. And let me recheck the correct name of the token that we have. Okay, JWT Jackson from that is coming. Okay. So instead of this, actually remove it and install it. Okay, so io.json web token JJWT Jackson, and this is the version we wanted to use, and simply say yes. And now this will work without any issue. So first thing, let me fix my package name. So let me just copy, let me just paste, and instead of this, this will become the services. Okay, and hopefully this will come now. Why this is not coming actually? Can't be resolved by Java. Interesting. So what if I say io dot JSON web token? Okay, I'm not getting it. Maybe I need to reload my entire project. Hopefully then I will get. Okay, so along with it, okay, like we have this Jackson, and one more dependency that we need is this one. Okay, And now let me simply press on yes. And one more dependency that we need is JSON Web Token API. So let me get that as well. So now we have this io.json web token JJWT API, and the version make sure to match without any issue. Okay. So now if I come here, this will work without any issue. Cool. So let me just simply say, and let me just simply paste it. Just a minute. Okay. Amazing. So first thing, we wanted to get the JWT properties that we already configured inside this config class. Next, this is the first function, and let me also get the user entity as well. So this user entity will come from the domain. Nice. So let me explain you this one by one. This is the simple constructor. So this one. First is generate access token. So this will going to build access token for us with the subject of ID and then the claim as email and claim as type. Then issued at expiration. Sign in with this secret key. Okay, which will basically going to again come from the secret key. From where? This one. Look at that. This is the secret key that we have, and this is the class which already available to us. Next, we have generate refresh token value. Next, we have refreshed expiration, extract user ID, simple method. Is token valid or not? And parse the claims just to get the right answer, just to get the not the encoded value, we just wanted to fetch the decoded value. That's why we are doing this parse. And next we have the build key. This will help you to build your keys for it. Okay, need not to understand too much about everything. And okay, so next we wanted to implement is the user service. So one thing which is throwing an error here is this IO exception must be resolved to a type. Okay, so I'll fix that later actually. So I think I need to install this IO exception like this. Okay. And yep, now hopefully this will work without any issue. Nice. What next? Next, these are the two methods that we need. First is the exist by ID and find by email ID, a simple user service. So let me simply go to the services and create a user service dot java. And if you are using service, then we also need to implement the repository as well. But for now, let me go inside the user service. This user service will going to have a lot of methods actually. So let me just get them one by one actually. So for now, what we can do, Mhm. so I'm just planning like how we can follow up the next step. So for now, I think this is it for this part because this is already getting too big. From the next part, right now, what we did, we simply implemented the JWT filtration part. That's it, nothing else. From the next part, we're going to handle some sort of incoming request part so that we can implement the login, logout, register route, and then all the controllers, all the I can say that services, all the repos, all the DTOs, because that will make sense in the chapter number 2's part 2. So for now, I can say that this is it for chapter number 2 part 1. See you next time. All right, beautiful people, and welcome to chapter number 2's part 2. And in this part, we'll simply going to implement the next specific section to the authentication. Till now, we have successfully implemented the JWT specific features. Now let's move ahead. And first thing first, let me just go inside my source main Java. And inside this DTO, I just wanted you to add a bunch of DTO specific to authentication. So the first DTO that we wanted to have is the auth response dot java. Okay, and that will going to be a very simple DTO which will going to contain the access token, refresh token, and the currently logged in user. Okay, so this will be the I can say that DTO specific to auth response. Another DTO that we need is something known as user response dot java. Amazing. And then this user response dot java is again going to contain the ID, email, and display name. Simple. So they will simply going to contain the ID, email, and then display name. Okay, so user response, hopefully this will be fine. We have the user response. Okay, yep, now this is fine. And in same way, this is also fine. Let me just come here and import user response. Okay, there's typo in it, so let me just fix it. So instead of response, this will become response. Sorry for it. And then let me save this and import it without any issue. Okay, so now we already have this DTO as well. Okay, so this is auth response and this is the user response. Along with it, I also wanted to create one register request, one login request, and one refresh request. Okay, so the next DTO that we need is the register request.java. Simple. And then inside this, I simply wanted to have the email and then the password and the display name and bunch of. Let me just get all of that from the Jakarta validation. So yes, so for now implementing validation, we need to add it as well. So let me search for validation package. And this is the Jakarta validation API that we need. So let me copy this version and copy, and let me go to my pom.xml, and below this one, let me just simply add Jakarta validation dependency. Okay. So the moment I add Jakarta validation dependency, hopefully I'll get my output. Okay. Now this is work without any issue. Thank you. In same way, we have register request. In same way, I can have login request.java. That login request is going to contain only the email and password. So let me just copy this one. Just come here, and what I can do. Okay, so instead of class, this will first of all going to become the record. And yes, we only need email, and then we only need password. Perfect. So this is something that we everyone is basically looking for. Okay, hopefully my camera is perfect now. Amazing. So this is something that we wanted to add specific to login Java. Last one, and which is your something known as refresh token. Refresh token will only going to have refresh token. So that will be refresh token dot or refresh token request dot Java. Okay, and then again this will become record, and this record will going to contain only one thing. First of all, let me simply add constraint as non-blank, should be string, and the value will be refresh token. Amazing. So step number one is done. We have all the DTOs specific to it. What next? Okay, so next step is, so what I wanted to do is to simply add the controllers, or more of, I can say that the repository that we wanted to add. But for now, let's move ahead and we'll see. Okay, so first thing first, let me just simply go inside the repository, and first repository that I wanted to add with the name of user repository. Okay, dot Java. And this will be again your not the class, because now we are extending the interface of the JPA repository. So I can first of all simply say interface user repository, extend the JPA repository from the user. Yep, so first thing, make sure to import from the domain. Okay, make sure to import this from the domain. And next one, we basically need the UUID, and only first one, which this is your optional. Yep, so let me just simply say this is optional user find by email. Yep, exactly, this is something that we need. And last one that we need is the boolean exist by email. So this is your first repository specific to user. Okay, next that we need is specific to refresh token. So let me simply say this as refresh token repository dot Java. Very good. And then again, this will be your interface. This interface will simply going to extend the JPA repository with the yes, this will be, first of all, let me import my JPA repository, and this JPA repository will basically going to accept this as a type. So let me get this as a refresh token from the domain, and UUID. Amazing. I mean, it's very easy to implement. Again, next we need the optional not the option actually. This will be the optional refresh token find by token, which will going to accept the token. And next we simply need something known as void as delete by token. So this will going to accept the UUID of type user ID. Amazing. So this is the another repository that we need. In same way, now let me simply go to my services. So let me close this. Okay, so now we basically have all the details. Now we have all the repository that we at least need now. Next, let's move ahead and start creating the services. So now this is the user service that we need. This user service, first of all, will going to be at the rate service. Amazing. And next that we need, this will be your transactional service. Okay, and for now read only will become true. Again, this is again specific to, I can say this as Spring Boot, so don't worry about too much, don't worry about it. Okay, so this will be not the transactional, this will come from the Spring framework actually. So make sure to import from the Spring framework. And next thing what I say, I can simply say this as private final user repository, a simple dependency injection. And this will be your public, and simply inject this while calling the constructor. So this is something that we need to do. Amazing. And now I wanted to create bunch of functions here. So let me copy and paste all of them. Let me grab them and let me paste them. Okay, it's very easy. And let me explain you everything one by one. So first of all, we need what? The type of D2 as user response. This will going to say get user response by email. So every time when you put email into the parameter, this will going to simply call a get by email. All right. Now what is this get by email, and from where will basically going to get this get by email? So this will come from the user repository. Okay, this get by email will basically going to come from user repository. We'll see that. And this is your user that will actually going to come from the domain. Okay, and in same way we have unauthorized exception or else throw. So let me first of all get my or else throw. Nice. And next we have this optional. Let me also get my UUID. And amazing. So these are bunch of methods that we basically need to get them. Okay, so one thing that we need to fix here is this unauthorized exception. So for it, we need to create one exception. Okay, so let me just quickly copy and paste that exception. So this is the name of that exception, which is this. Okay, so just a minute. This will be the project.backend.exception class exception, which will going to extend the runtime exception. And this is the simple super method that we are calling into the constructor. So now I can import my unauthorized exception and this will work without any issue. So this is bunch of services that we have. Now what next? Next what we can do in same way, like we have this user service, we already have this JWT service. This is working perfectly. Let me fix my spelling. User service.java and everything is fine. Perfect. Amazing. So now we have DTO, we have repository, we have services specific to user as well. And now what we can do again, we can simply go inside the security and JWT authentication, this one. Okay. And now I can basically use this without any issue, like existing find email by ID, all of these methods now I can use. So let me just quickly show you. For now, we don't need this actually. We can simply delete this user service Java and we can get that user service from the correct place. Okay, from the services actually. And now you guys can see that this is working without any issue. In same way, we have user details. So let me fetch my user details, and definitely we need to initialize that as well. Let me get username and password, web authentication source. Okay, so one thing that is left is this one, user detail service. So we need to add one more service with the name of user detail service. Okay, so let me just quickly get that as user detail service. That user detail service will be where I can add that user detail service implementation. Okay, so this will be already inside it. Okay, first of all, what I need actually here, this will be your class. This will be at the rate service, and this will going to simply implement CFs. This will going to implement the user details service. Okay, very good. And then what I can say, I can simply say private final user services, your not user services actually, this will be the user repository that we need, and this will come from user repository. But next will be simple, uh, public user detail service implementation, and this is the simple constructor function that we are calling. And one function that we wanted to overwrite, let me show you that function. First of all, let me simply say override, and one function that I wanted to overwrite is the load user by username. Okay, and that will going to basically call this repository function, and they will going to map it like the username, password, authorities, build function, and everything will work without any issue. So let me paste them quickly and then explain you what is going on. So first thing, I need to get this, and I also need to fetch this user details. Perfect. This is the simple function which is calling this method, and we are passing the email. Then whatever the value we are getting, we are mapping it towards the username, password, authorities, and we are simply building it, simple using the builder pattern. But by any chance, if this will fail, then we are simply throwing an error. Okay, so this is something that we are doing, and now our JWT filter will work without any issue. Amazing. What next? Next, I wanted to add controllers specific to authentication. So the first controller that I wanted to create here is something known as auth controller. Okay, so let me just come here, and inside this, let me simply say auth controller dot java. Okay, and this auth controller dot java is going to be first of all as at the rate rest controller, and next will be the request mapping that will hit slash api slash auth. Easy. Nice. So now we need two dependency here. So the first dependency will be private final auth service as auth service. Now from where we'll get this auth service? We definitely need to create the another auth service. Okay, so for it, let me just once again go to my services. Inside this services, let me create one auth service dot java. Now what is this auth service? uh, Inside this auth service, we will going to have all the methods that we need. Okay, so first thing first, this will be the at the rate service. Very good. Next, not transactional only, let me add all the dependency that we need. First dependency is the user repository. Next dependency that we need is the refresh repository, then the password encoder, then the authentication manager. Lot of dependencies. Okay, then we simply wanted to call a constructor and initialize all of them and inject all of them basically, so that we can use it, and everything will be here managing by the Spring Boot beans, so you need not to manage anyone's life cycle at all. Then we wanted to create here something known as four functions. Okay, we wanted to create four functions. First functions or method is register. Second method is login. Third method is refresh. Fourth is logout, and last one is build auth response. This is more of the builder pattern. Okay, so let me just paste the first pattern that we wanted to use, or first method. So this is the first method that we wanted to use, is your transactional. So let me get my transactional, then let me get my auth response and register request. Okay, let me just add this as well, resource conflict exception, and we basically need to create one exception for it as well. So this will be your let me just quickly add it. So just a minute, where is the resource conflict exception? Okay, this one. Paste this and delete the wrong file. and let me quickly fix it as well. Amazing. So now let me get my resource conflict exception as well. This will be the DTO and more of the, okay, and this is the builder that we wanted to use. And let me just go back and see which user we wanted to use here. Okay, so this will be your domain user. All right, so let me just quickly get that from the backend domain. Yep. And then this will basically going to do, you know what, first thing, we are simply going inside the register request, we're going to get email, password and display name. So first of all, we are getting the email and we are simply checking it, is this user is already exist or not. Simple. Otherwise we are simply calling email, getting password hash using, and we are encoding the password, then display name and building it, saving it. And then the next method that we need is build auth response. This will going to create JWT token for us. So let me just simply first of all call that function already. So this is the simple method that we need to add with the name of private auth response, because this is used by this class only as refresh token. Build auth response, this will going to accept your user and then the access token method and refresh token method. Then we are simply building it and saving it to the database and returning a new auth response with the token access token, refresh token and user service data to the user response in this format as user ID, email and display name. Okay, nice. So now let me save this. Now we already have this register method. In same way, we need something known as login method. Login method is also similar. So let me paste them. This is the login method which will going to accept the login request. And then again a new exception as username, password, authentication token, and refresh token repository is going to need something known as what the name is, delete by user ID. So we already have this delete by user ID, not the user token actually, delete by user ID. Okay, so now this will become delete by user ID. Nice. And then we are simply returning another auth response. And last one that we need is the refresh. This will basically going to refresh your token. So let me paste the refresh token as well. All right, so unauthorized exception and then instant dot now. So what they are doing, we are basically find by token. If we don't get any token, we are simply saying invalid token. If refresh token dot expire at is before the today's date, then what we'll do, we'll simply going to delete the refresh token and simply going to return token expired. Otherwise we'll simply going to get the user and delete that access token from the database and build a new auth response and return it. Last one that we have is the logout function. So this is the logout method that we need is refresh token repository dot find by token, and then we are simply passing the refresh token value. Okay, I know it's there's too much of thing is going on, a lot of things is going out of your head. It's fine. You have to go through it. If you don't know anything about Spring security, then this will uh, make you a bit uncomfortable, but it's fine. So now let me get my auth services. Along with auth service, I can simply say private final user service as user service. Perfect. And then let me simply initialize them. Auth service, user service, and this dot auth service, this dot user service. Amazing. And now let me initialize all the function, and I can say that all the REST API endpoint. So the first endpoint will be the post mapping / register. Okay, and this will simply going to be public response entity. Yep, ENTI response entity will going to return something known as auth response, and the method name will be register. And first thing, let me simply add the valid and then add the rate request body here, and then this will be your register request, and this will going to accept the request. Okay, nice. And let me just import this valid as well from the Jakarta validation. But next I'm simply going to say response entity dot status, and status will be the http status. Yep. Dot we have something known as created, because http status 201 is equals to created, and then body, and this body will simply going to call the auth service dot register. Nice. And we'll simply going to pass the request whatever is coming. In same way, let me add my login, my logout, and my refresh as well. Okay, so that I need not to write everything by hand. So these are all the methods that we have. Next, we have this simple login request. In same way, we have refresh token request, and this is how they will work. So login will going to call auth service dot login, refresh will going to call dot refresh, and logout will simply going to response entity no content, and we are simply going to return it. All right. Nice. What next? Next, a very interesting endpoint, which will be the get mapping endpoint. This will be your slash me endpoint. And I will simply going to say this as public response entity, and this will be the user response. And then I can simply going to call me, and this will be your authentication principal. Yep. Then this will be your user details, and then another user details. Let me just get user detail as well. Perfect. And then user details will come here. Then let me open it and simply say return response entity dot okay user service get user response by email, and then we'll simply going to pass the username. Why username? Because this username is ultimately going to become the email for us, and that is why we are sending data in this format. And yep, that's it. Now we have the auth controller ready. Perfect. In same way, I can actually okay, now we already have the service. This service is internally calling something known as a repository, and everything is properly aligned and will work without any issue. So with this, let me just move ahead and try to test each and every endpoint, each and every methods, so that we'll just get confirmed everything is working perfectly fine. Okay. All right, now let's move ahead and let me run this application just to check is everything will going to work or not. And amazing. I think this is running on port 8080. So let me just open my Postman, and inside my Postman, just for checking purpose. So this is something that I will get, and what I wanted to do is to simply create one post endpoint, not the get post endpoint. This will going to hit my definitely 8081, but slash API slash auth slash register. All right, and inside the body, make sure to select the raw. Okay, and then inside this raw, what I wanted to send, I wanted to first of all let me check what are all the things that we need to pass. So for that, always go to DTO and the register request.java, and this register request will accept the email, password, and the display name. All right. So email will be, let's say for now, suraj@suraj.com, and then the password will be okay. Let me just keep like this password, a very easy password. And then next that I wanted to have is the display name. Make sure there is not any kind of typo into it. Display name, and let's say let me simply say display name as Suraj. And the moment I simply press on send, and what I'm getting error connecting to this endpoint. Okay, so for some reason my request is basically not hitting the endpoint. Let me check. Because my application is running on port 8080, not 8081 actually. So let me hit my 8080 endpoint, and now let me send the request, and look at that. Now we are successfully able to get the access token. Now we are able to get our refresh token as well, and this is the user information with the ID, email, and display name. So with this, I can say that we have successfully implemented the authentication part inside our Spring Boot application. Amazing job. In same way, you can check your login endpoint, you can check your slash me endpoint. Everything will work without any issue. So amazing. Congratulate to yourself. I know there's a lot of things going on, but just once, if you're just going to read each and everything from starting to end, everything will start making sense. But with this, let me end this part of the video. In next part, we're going to implement the entire front end of this application. Basically, the entire login forms, register form, user will basically log in into the application and lot of stuffs. And with this, let me end this part and see you next time. All right, beautiful peoples, and welcome to the continuation of our last chapter, which is chapter number 2. Till now, we have successfully implemented all the backend specific logic. Now, I'm very excited to implement the front end. So, now let's move ahead and simply go inside your client side and make sure your backend is up and running. And in same way, your front end is up and running. And let me just simply visit localhost 3000, and this is how they actually look. Perfect. So let me just quickly explain you the flow of the front end that we'll basically going to implement. First thing, we're simply going to have a authentication route, a auth route that will going to contain a login and a register route. Perfect. If user basically wanted to log in, so they'll going to call something known as use login hook. Yes, they'll going to call a use login hook. This use login hook is basically going to talk to our Spring Boot backend, and this backend is basically going to return the response. And on the basis of that response, let's say in response, what we're going to send, we'll simply going to send the access token, the refresh token, and in same way one more thing, which is the user information. So all of this information is basically going to saved inside the global state management, and more of, I can say that, into the local storage of the application. Perfect. So that every time when you reload your application, you can still get this information and talk to your backend. Perfect. So this will be the flow of the next implementation. So first thing first, let me just simply go to my application and make sure that your application have something known as 10 stack query. So yes, we already have this 10 stack query. One more thing you need to check is something known as React hook form. Okay, so make sure to search for it, and we actually don't have it. It's okay. And one more, which is the Zod. Okay, so these are the few dependency that we wanted to install. So let me just simply visit ui.satshin.com, and at this point I simply wanted to add form inside my application with the help of React hook form. So simply select that, and after that, what I wanted you to do is to, let me just quickly see. Okay, so this is the package that I wanted to install. So let me just come here, and along with that, let me open my terminal, close my currently running application, and simply say npm install React hook form. And I think why I'm getting this suggestion. No, I don't want actually this suggestion. I can simply say npm install React hook form, and I also wanted to install Zod. Along with Zod, I also wanted to get ZooStat. Yes, so these are the few dependency that I need. So let me wait for the installation, and installation is done. Perfect. And I think I can also install this separately. So let me just quickly check that. npm install, not this actually, just a minute. Right click and then copy, then let me open it and again say npm install @hook form slash resolver slash Zod. I think we'll actually get this without any issue. So let me just close everything, and perfect. Till now we are good to go. Now let's just simply move inside the app. Inside this app, what I wanted to do is to simply create a auth route. Yes, a auth group route basically, so that we can actually follow a basic folder structure for the authentication routes. And this authentication route is first thing going to contain the login, and second thing definitely the register, easy, and also a simple layout.tsx. Amazing. And I hope you guys able to see this without any issue. And what I wanted to do is to basically, we need bunch of guards here, bunch of auth protected routes. But for now, definitely I can simply say RAFCE and this will be a simple auth layout, and this auth layout will going to have the children. Yes, and let me just simply put something like this. Amazing. And in same way, I can simply go to my login page, and then I can say login page.tsx rafe, and this will be my login page. No problem. And in same way, I can create another file with the name of register as page.tsx rafe, and this will be my sign up or register uh, page. Okay, so this is perfectly fine. And let me also save this without any issue. Perfect. And then next, what I wanted to do, I simply wanted to check the UI. So I can simply say npm run dev, and let me simply visit to localhost 3000, and then let me try to visit slash login. And this is the login page UI. It's okay, can be better, but in same way we can have register page as well. Oh, we don't have register. Let me recheck the spellings and typos that we made. Okay, yes, this is spelling mistake. Let me quickly fix it. Register. Okay, sorry. And in same way, let me also come here and let me change the spelling of it as well. Register page. Perfect. And then let me simply remove everything and paste it. Then let me just go here and reload it once. Yes, look at that. This is something that we got. Perfect. But before implementing the UI, we definitely need to implement bunch of hooks, a bunch of definitely like 10 stack hook, Zod hook, not Zod hook actually, the zoo stand hook. So for that, what I will going to do is to simply open my app and more of, let me go to the client and this hooks folder. Okay, and inside this hook folder, what I wanted you to do is to simply say use auth.ts. Okay, this is the first thing that I wanted you to do, and after that simply import bunch of things that I'm importing. Okay, I'm importing use mutation, use query client, use router, and then toast. Perfect. After that, simply go inside your lib and create one file with the name of api.ts. Now, what is this api.ts file? This api.ts file is basically going to have bunch of types, a bunch of backend URL that will basically going to use. So everything and each and every information will be inside this only. Okay. So for that, what I can do, just a minute, let me just quickly import the API variable that I have, that will basically going to use here. So this is the API variable that we will going to simply use. Let me show you, there's too much of code. So okay, let me just simplify this for you. Perfect. And then let me just simply try to create one const API, and this API is basically going to have bunch of endpoints that we will going to hit. So let me just quickly grab all of them one by one and then explain you. Okay, so first endpoint that we have is register, second is login, third is logout, fourth is me. Okay, and this is just a best industry practices that we are using here, so that each and everyone can have the production ready application from the day one. And in same way, one we have something known as a request uh, function. This will basically going to be the generic thing that will accept your path options and is it true or not, and then we are simply initializing bunch of headers, and then so if that is authentication token, then make sure to fetch your authentication token from the use auth store, and then this is the API URL. So API URL value is simply going to be the localhost 8080. So above this, let me simply paste. So this will be my API URL. Okay. And now let me also get my auth response. Now, what is this auth response actually? This auth response is something, the response that will come from the backend. So this is the user and this is the auth response that we have that contain access token, refresh token, and then a simple user. Perfect. And okay, one thing which is missing, that is your auth store. We'll fix that later, but right now let me just move ahead and let me import my APIs as well. So this is my APIs. Perfect. And in same way, in future we'll basically going to implement the validations as well. And instead of future, I think I can simply go to my lib, create one folder with the name of validations, and this validation will going to contain lot of validation, but for now a simple auth.ts validation. Perfect. And then this auth.ts validation is going to use Zod internally, and this is the validation code that we'll get. We simply importing Zod. This is your login schema, this is your register schema, and then their generic types that we are creating. Okay, simple practices that you will do every time whenever you're working with something known as Next.js. So this is the login form value and register form value that we have, and in same way we also need to create a store for it. So how we can basically create store? So let me create everything, close everything, and create one folder with the name of stores, and one simple store. The name is, let me simply paste that name as auth store. Now what is the work of this auth store? A simple global state management place which is using Zoostand internally, and this is something that we have here right now. Okay, so only work of this is that we have the access token, refresh token, and user information, and then is the authentication and everything is properly ready or not, and then some setter method for it. Okay, so the only work again, let me just explain you one thing, that everyone using AI, I'm also using AI, you will also going to use AI. So instead of writing each and every line of code by yourself, okay, try to use AI and just try to understand the intention behind the code. Okay, because not everyone is writing this much of code by hand in 2026. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind, and I'm just explaining you the intention behind the code that we are using, because it will take you one more revision, one more sitting that you have to sit, you have to build each and everything, you have to understand each and everything by yourself. So make sure to keep that in mind, and then and only build these type of projects. Okay, because writing each and every line of code and then explain you everything will make this video 20 hours 30 hours long, but I just don't wanted to do that. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to you. Nice. So this is a simple use auth store. What they do, they basically initialize each and every variable, each and every functions that we are basically using here, and after that whatever the value we will get, we are storing that with the name of Google Photos hyphen auth into the local storage. Okay, so yes, this is how Zoostand actually work, and we can use it. So now we have this as well. So let me just import my use auth store easily. Perfect. And one more thing which is left is the query keys. Now what is the query keys? Query keys is again specific to 10 stack query that will help you to cache your data, burst your data. Uh, for that we'll basically need query keys. So let me simply create one file with the name of query keys.ts. And then inside this query keys, what I'll do, I can simply say import type. And now what is this? Okay, we basically don't need photo status for now. We only need auth keys. Okay, and this is how the auth keys will look. All a simple auth, and then that will be as a const. And another key that we have is me. So me will basically going to spread this value along with that me as well as const. So every time when you wanted to burst the cache of authenticated user, you'll simply going to use dot all and maybe dot me. Okay, it's depend again. So now we already have everything that we need. So what next I can simply implement something known as hooks for everyone. Okay, not the API actually. So let me get my keys, let me copy the keys, let me paste the keys. Okay, I think I'm perfect. So first thing first, I just wanted to create the first function with the name of use current user. Now what is the work of this use current user? They will going to use auth store internally and get your access token and cached user that we have, and then we simply setting it with the name of authkeys.me. Query function is very simple. Just simply calling the api.me. Now, what is this api.me? api.me is simply going to make a request, basically I can say that a REST API call, a simple API call towards the API URL. Now, what is the API URL? Slash localhost 8080 slash API. And then me will basically going to hit slash auth slash me. And then what is the work of slash auth slash me? We can check that inside the backend. So let me go to the Java controllers, auth controller. And this is something that we have me. So what is the work of this me endpoint? They basically calling my user service and getting the user response by their email. And this will going to return me the two user response. They will basically going to return me this user ID, user mail, and user display name. This is something that we need. Okay. Yes, this is how we can basically connect front end and back end together. Nice. So this is your first function that will going to get you the currently logged in user. In same way, let me get all of the other as well. So let me get login, register, and logout hooks as well. So the first function that we have is your use login function. Okay. And right now I just don't want it to, okay, I basically wanted to redirect user towards the home page. That is much better. So what is the work of use login? They'll basically going to mutate the user. Definitely we'll going to use mutation. And this is the function that we'll going to use is slash login. And they will going to hit my slash auth and slash login. And definitely they'll going to accept the body as well with the name of, with the fields of email and password. So you need to pass that. That will come from the values that we are using, and whatever the data will get, we first of all set authentication as data, and then we invalidate the data, basically set the query data, and then we simply say toast.success, and we are good to go. Same thing we are doing with register. We are just hitting something known as where is the register endpoint? Slash register endpoint. Look at that. But right now with the fields of email, password, and a display name. So this is something that we are sending. And in same way, next we have use logout. So what is this use logout? A simple api.logout, which is hitting slash auth and slash logout. Perfect. And this is something that we wanted to do. And let me just simply simple auth status for guards and redirect. So for that, I'm just creating another hook with the name of use auth. Use auth is basically using internally the use auth store is ready flag that will help you to identify is authentication is ready or not. And next we have the access token. So when we are saying user is logged in, when we have access token, so we are simply typecasting it towards the boolean, and we are simply maintaining a flag with the name of is logged in. So when user is logged in, when we have access token available, so we are simply typecasting that inside the boolean. If this is the true the value, this will become true. If this is the falsy value, this will become false. I mean, simple. Now let me save it. Now this use auth is ready. I can simply close everything. And what next I can do, I can simply create bunch of components. Amazing. So now let's move ahead and create two components. First component is the auth guard, and second component is the guest guard. All right. So let me simply open my client folder and go inside the components and create one folder with the name of auth. And inside this auth, create first component with the name of auth guard. Okay, let me paste it. So this is the auth guard that we have. Now, what is the work of this auth guard? We simply fetching the use effect, use router, spinner, and then use auth and use current user. Now, what is the work of this use current user? They will get you currently logged in user, and use auth will give you two things. One is logged in or not, and is ready or not. Perfect. And then simple type. So what we are actually doing at this point, let me explain you. What is this auth guard? Auth guard will basically going to protect that pages they will basically require login. Okay, so protects pages that require login. Okay, let's say you don't want your user to access your dashboard until and unless they are logged in. So we only allow the logged in user to access their dashboard. So for that, we need auth guard. So this is the only thing that we have. What we are doing, we first of all getting is ready is logged in, and then is loading state. Then if that is ready and user is not logged in, then simply replace it to the redirect to. Now where we wanted to redirect by default towards the slash login. Why? Because if user is not logged in, then we just don't want it to allow them to visit to the next page. So that's why we are basically creating this auth guard. Otherwise, we simply going to allow them what is ready and is logged in and is redirect to and then routers. This is just the dependency that we have. And in same way, if that is not ready, user is not logged in and we are into loading state, then simply show the spinner to the user. Otherwise, return the children. Otherwise, allow them to render that specific page. In same way, we have guest guard. Now, what is the work of this guest guard? Guest guard is basically for login / register pages. Redirect away if user is already logged in. So let's say user is already logged in and now they wanted to access the login and register page. But if you are already logged in, then why you wanted to access that? That is why this is your guest guard. Now they'll basically going to do what? This. Again, same thing, if that is ready and user is already logged in, then redirect them to the /photos page and more of, let's say for now, /home page, something like that. Otherwise, if user is not ready and that is logged in, then again in same way, show the spinner. Otherwise, return the children that we wanted to have. So now the components also ready. Now I wanted to create a simple component with the name of auth form. So inside the auth only, I can simply create one auth form.tsx. Now, what is the work of this auth form? They will basically going to show you the fields like email, display name, and password on the basis of mode you have selected. Basically, if you are into register page, then we wanted to show the display name, email, and password. But if you are into the login page, then I only wanted to show the email and password field. So that is something that we need to do inside this page. So I can directly copy and paste it, because again, this is front end. Writing front end in 2026 by yourself is not makes any sense. So let me just simply paste it. And okay, so this is something that I think I need to install. So let me just copy this and simply clear everything and then say npx install @hook form /resolver. npm install @hook form /resolver, and hopefully this will install now. Perfect. So now let me again run my application as npm run dev. Perfect. So let me explain you the work of this auth form. So we have link, we have Zod resolver, use form hook from the React hook form, then alert and alert description, button, bunch of fields, input, spinner, and then two hooks that we have. First is use login and use register. They will basically going to do what? A mutation and a basic API call towards your Spring Boot backend. And then login schema, register schema, and then their types. So first thing, we have the type as mode. So either it is login and register. So if the mode is login, look at that. So we are into is logged in, and simply login for we are using use login, and for the register we are using use register. So when we wanted to show the login form, use this Zod schemas. But when we are using register form, then use this schema. In same way, for the pending state, if user is login, if user is in login state, okay, they are selected into login mode basically, then simply use the logins is pending. Otherwise, use register is pending. Same for the error. And look at that. So if user is in login mode, then render the form on the basis of the login specific fields, which is email and password. Okay, and same, by any chance if we have any error, we can show the error, otherwise a simple button. And also this message, which if you don't have an account, then simply visit the sign up page. And next, if user is not in logged in mode, then we can show them the display name, email, and then password. Simple, only thing that we are doing. And also we are doing this, we are basically fetching the register, handle, submit, and form state and using them without any issue. Again, more of specific to, I can say that, 10 stack and the React hook form. There's nothing into it. Very easy to understand, very easy to grab everything. So hopefully this will make sense. Now let me go to my layout first of all. And inside this layout, what I wanted you to do is to simply paste this code. Now, what is this code? We are right now using this guest guard, okay? Because if user is logged in, then we don't want it to allow them to visit to this page. But if that is not logged in, then and only they can visit this. So that is why this is a guest guard. And we are basically going to render a children inside this card content. So inside the login page, I can simply say this, but simply get a auth form and make sure to pass the mode as login, because we are accepting the prop here as mode. So if mode is login, everything and each and every logic will implement on the basis of login. And in same way we can do for the register. So let me go inside the register and let me paste this code. Everything will same. Just instead of login, now make sure to convert that mode towards the register. Simple. Now, if I visit towards the slash register page, look at that. We are into slash register, okay. And if I reload everything, and maybe if I close this, and let me just come here, make sure to your backend is up and running. Yes, my Tomcat server is up and running. Everything is fine. Let me run my application as npm run dev. And also one more thing that I can do, I can basically create a auth route. Okay, so I can simply say this as the main or more of the app route. And this app will also going to contain something known as layout. But for now, I can ignore it. Okay, so let me just delete everything, close this as well and save this. Now let me come and close my backend. Okay, and then let me go to my backend initially. So Java backend application, run this. So hopefully this will work without any issue. Okay, so my Tomcat server started on port 8080, and yes, look at that. Perfect. And in same way, I can visit to my local host 3000, and this is something that I'm getting. Okay, now let me try to visit towards the slash register page. And whenever I try to visit towards the slash register page, I am only able to see this loading. Something is breaking, I think. So let me go to the network part. And inside the network, if I go to the all, hopefully everything will work. We are basically hitting the slash register page. Yes. And then inside the slash register page, we wanted to render this specific page, which is the loader. Okay, so there is something wrong with it. Let me quickly figure it out and then I'll be right back. All right, so I just figure out the problem, and problem is very simple, that whenever you visit slash login, and we know that the slash login page is basically wrapped inside the guest guard. Agree or not? Like this is the layout, and this is wrapped inside the guest guard that we have. And guest guard is basically show the spinner, okay, until auth state is ready. Okay, till then, when this will show us the spinner, until the auth state is ready. So when is ready is false, and we going to see the spinner. But if is ready is true, will not, and if we not logged in, then we'll basically going to see the form. Simple logic. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. But uh, like this value which is ready is coming from your use auth, and this use auth is also coming, this is ready from the client that we have, which is this hook, like create and then create JSON storage persist from the basically the zoo stand. So basically is client was only set after the zoo stand finish loading tokens from the local storage, and then the something known as Next.js server side rendering is basically that step that often never completes cleanly. So that is why is ready always stayed false, and we just going to see the loading screen everywhere. So that is why we just made some sort of fix, like something known as hydration, that will work on server and the client, so that everything is properly matched. And then before even will going to use this persist API, the server is always going to be no, and the whatever the windows and local storage they'll be get, we simply going to say this. If set is ready as true, and then we simply going to do, you know what, simple this, create storage, and if type of window is undefined, then simply say noob storage, otherwise simply use the local storage, and then simply we'll going to use it. So if I now visit, okay, I'm just watching some podcast. So if I now simply visit to the local host 3000 slash photos, and look at that, I'm able to see that. And if I try to go to my home page, you can simply see this as well. But now if I go to my login page, I'm automatically redirected towards my page. Why? Because definitely I am logged in. So now what I can do, I can show you the entire flow once again. So for that, let me go to my page, and maybe I can simply get the user button. And how I can show you the user button, so let me just try to show you the user mutation. So for that, what I can do, I can simply say const logout mutation is equals to use logout. Okay, and then I can simply create one button out of it, and that button will basically going to help you to log out. Okay, so just below this, let me just get a button, and that button will simply going to call a logout to mutation dot mutate on click, and let me mark this as a use client, so that without any issue this will work perfect. And now if I come here and simply press on logout, look at that, I'm logged out successfully. I can in same way sign up a user. Let's say, let me simply name it as Suraj Kumar Jha. Email should be suraj@chaicode.com, and then password should be let's say 123456789 0. Very, very, very protective password. And the moment I press on create account, so this create account will going to hit my backend will basically going to create account for me, and this is how I can redirect it towards the home page. Again, if I press on logout, and if I try to log in with the same information, this is how I can log in very blazingly fast without any issue. So now we have successfully implemented the chapter number 2. I know this is quite big chapter, and more of I can say that yes, chapter number 2 we successfully implemented that. And I know it's quite big chapter, but we just learned a lot of things to implement. And it's my humble request, just go and watch the entire chapter, entire parts once again, so that everything will start making sense to you. So with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, beautiful people, and welcome to chapter number 3. In this chapter, I will basically going to implement only the UI part of our application, which is app shell and routing specific all the logic. So basically right now, if I just simply load my local host 3000, so this is how I can basically see it. But right now, there is nothing as such to just showcase towards the end user. So for that, I just wanted to implement some UI for it. Okay. So right now, let me close everything and simply open my client and then my app. Okay. So now inside this app, first thing that I wanted to do is to simply close my currently running application and currently running front end application. And inside this, what basically I wanted to do is to simply, and let me open my page.tsx, and instead of writing this is inside my page.tsx, I just wanted to write this. Now what is this? I simply have a use client, a simple use effect, and then a use router, spinner, and use auth. This will simply going to check whether user is logged in or not. If user is logged in, then they will going to redirect towards the slash photos page, which don't exist right now. We'll implement that in a while. So for implementing that, I simply wanted you to create another route group with the name of app. Okay, and inside this, for now, simply create something known as photos. Okay, but in future we'll also going to need here something known as albums, and in same way for the albums we'll also going to need something known as archive, and after archive I also need thrash. Okay, so this is something that we need. Along with it, we also need a layout. Okay, so let me just simply create one layout.tsx. And inside this layout.tsx, uh, what I wanted to do right now, I simply wanted to say use client. Perfect. Then this use client will going to say simply export default app layout, and yes, they will going to render a children here. But instead of rendering children, what I wanted to get here, let me just simply show you that. So let me just open this and let me get my auth guard. Okay, yes. So this is something I need here, name as auth guard, and this auth guard will going to basically wrap my entire application inside something known as app shell. Now, what is this app shell? Let me show you right now. So let me just go into the components and create a folder with the name of layout, and inside this layout I'm going to have, where is layout, this one, I'm going to have simple app shell dot tsx. Okay, so this is something that I have, and what I wanted to do here, let me show you. So this is a simple UI. Okay, and let me explain you everything line by line. So this is something that we will going to use here. First, we have sidebar navigation, which don't exist right now. Then we are using here sheets. This again specific to Satishan UI component library. They provide a sheet, and that is what we basically wanted to use. And if we into the mobile mode, then this is the UI that we will going to see. Otherwise, a simple main that will going to render a children. Simple. So let me save this app shell, and inside this let me get my app shell component as well, and they will going to render children. Okay, so one component that is missing with the name of sidebar nav. So let me paste the sidebar nav as well. So this is something link, use path name, and bunch of icons from Lucid React. Make sure to import this from the Lucid React. Then we have this use logout, cn function, storage widget. Now what is this storage widget? So storage widget is basically, let me just show you that. Storage widget is more kind of the storage length that we wanted to show. So for now, what I can do, let me just comment this out, and let me also comment this out, and let me show you the UI of this. So this will make more sense to you, and I can show you the final UI. So just a minute. Let me get my sidebar nav, and then let me run my currently running application as npm run dev, and then I can show you how's the UI will actually going to look. Okay, so let me just simply hit localhost 3000, and now they are saying the photos don't exist. Yes, they will not exist. Let me just make them exist. So for making them exist, just simply create one page.tsx and then RAFCE. Okay, then okay, copy this, paste here as well, and paste into thrash as well. And now if I come here and look at that, so this is the UI I was just talking about. This is for photos, this is for albums, this is for archive, and this is for thrash. And this is how you can switch to light mode, this is how you can switch to dark mode. And not only this, the moment you press on sign out, you will simply going to sign out from the application. I can sign in back as well, and this is how they look to us right now. Okay, so this is what I'm just talking about. Again, you can change this icon to this. Okay, so what more I can do actually, let me just see. Let me copy to clipboard as svg, and then hopefully this will work. Let me go to my client, and inside my public, I can simply say logo.svg, and the moment I wanted to save it now. Okay, so this will be the zip folder actually. So what I can do, just give me a minute, let me rename this, and this will be the logo2.svg. And the moment I save it, okay, this is how I can basically able to render it. And now what I can do, now I can simply close everything, go to my app sidebar actually. Okay, so this is the sidebar nav I have, and where I'm loading my icon. Okay, this is the icons I'm showing. So instead of showing images, let me get the image component from next image. Then for the source, I wanted to show logo 2.svg and alt logo height something and the width as well. So now if I come here and look at the logo that I'm able to render here, easy. So this is something that I wanted to achieve in this chapter, and yes, that is pretty much it for chapter number 3, and see you next time. All right, guys, and welcome to one more new chapter. In this chapter, we will going to talk about ImageKit setup and how you can basically set up the ImageKit services inside your Spring Boot backend. But before moving ahead, now let's just move ahead and start talking about what is this ImageKit and why do we even need ImageKit in these Google Photo Clone application. So for that, actually, let me just ask you something. Right now we are building Google Photos. Okay, this is something that we are building. And do you really think that the storing the images bytes onto your database is a scalable approach, or it's a good approach, or it's a recommended approach? No, never. Or you will always going to store the images towards the I can say that uh, your server disk. No, that is also not recommended. So that's why we basically need ImageKit. So ImageKit will basically going to work as a media CDN, as your storage engine, and in same way as your transformer engine as well, because with the help of ImageKit, what you can do on the fly, you can basically make modifications inside your images. Like you can resize your image, you can crop your image, you can generate thumbnails with the help of URLs, and a lot of things, like a lot of AI features as well. You can remove your background, you can change the background color according to your requirement, you can upscale your background, and lot of things. Okay, so now let me just simply visit towards the imagekit.io. And what is this? A media optimizations and transformations plus AI powered dam. Yes, they mean it. Creative automation. So the complete visual media platform for websites and apps. So transform and deliver optimized images and videos in real time, manage asset in a dam with its own AI agents, and automate on brand creatives at scale, all in one platform without price complexity or unpredictable cost. So look at that, trusted by 300k plus developers and 3000 plus high growth businesses in 85 countries. Swiggy, Cred, Book My Show, and a lot of other companies are basically using this ImageKit IO on daily basis, and they are really nice. And look at why ImageKit. You can see that economical at scale, one platform. Definitely on the single platform, you can do image optimization, you can do video optimization, you can do all your asset management and all the brand creative automations, lot of things. They basically work with your infrastructure as well. So basically you can connect this ImageKit with your S3, GCS, blob, and any basically HTTP origin that you wanted to do. Along with it, they also provide you some major SDKs, like you can use this with Java, you can use this with Python, with JavaScript, TypeScript, Next.js as well. And look at that, they provide you image and video processing, AI and Gen AI transformations. Yes, so this is the feature that one of the best thing that I love about ImageKit is the ImageKit AI transformation. So basically, you can do smart and object aware cropping. You can generative fill to extend any image, change image background. Also, what you can do, you can basically remove image background, add shadows as well, upscale low scale resolution images, and generate images from the prompt. Oh, this is something nice. You can even generate image variants, AI powered video, smart graph, and lot of things. So ImageKit provide you a hell lot of features, and it's highly recommended to use the ImageKit at least for building these kind of applications and other applications as well. So right now what you can do, you can simply press on login, and I just wanted to log in into the application, and let me select any one of the one of my account. Okay, and after that let me just wait for this. Okay, so this is the dashboard that I actually have. And the moment you come onto the ImageKit IO dashboard, first thing you found this get started. You will also get your usage analytics, your purge cache work things, and in same way you have media library and media collection, save searches, bookmark, and path things, lot of things. And interestingly, one thing that I wanted you to grab right now is to simply visit towards the developer option and to copy your public key and copy your private key, and then copy your URL encoded key. Okay, so let me just quickly copy all of them, and then I'll be see you inside my code editor. Alright guys, so now I have added my public key and my private key and my URL endpoint, and don't try to use my credentials. Anyway, I'm going to remove all of them. So this is my ImageKit.public key, ImageKit. Okay, so this is the prefix that we are using right now, and ImageKit.private key, ImageKit.URL endpoint. So these are all the, I can say that, value that you need for now. Amazing. Now let me close this. What next? Next, we basically wanted to integrate ImageKit for uploading images, for using bunch of AI features specific to images to our application. So now let's move ahead and start integrating them. Okay, sorry. So now what next we can basically do is, by the way, quite easy steps. Like, we already grab all of the informations that we need. Okay, so this is pretty much easy. Next thing, and very important thing that I wanted you to do, is to simply go inside your Java, inside your config, and into your config, simply create one simple config with the name of ImageKit properties.java. Okay, and this ImageKit.properties.java will going to basically configure all the public key, private key, and URL endpoint for us. So let me just grab all of them and paste it here. Okay, so this is simple configuration properties, and this is the prefix that we have is basically equal to ImageKit. Make sure this ImageKit will match with this ImageKit. Okay, nice. And after that, and this will not your class, this will be your record. So now we have string value of public key, and then private key, and then URL endpoint, and a simple Boolean method that we basically using here is configured. The only work of this is to basically check the value is blank or not. Okay, so if that is not blank, this means it's configured. Okay, so this is something that we wanted to get right now. So first thing is done. Next thing that we wanted to do is to simply configure the ImageKit. This is the properties of ImageKit. But next thing that I wanted to do is to configure my ImageKit. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to say ImageKit config.java. Okay, and yes, this will be your class, not the record. And first thing that I wanted you to add here is the configurable. Nope, this should be the configuration that we need. And next thing, your enable configuration properties. Okay, and make sure to get your enable configuration properties. I think, let me import this as well, and ImageKit properties dot class. Simple. And I just wanted you to create one simple bean, and that bean is for the ImageKit dependency that you need. So let me just show you that. So right now, if I just simply go here and search for ImageKit Java SDK, and if I just simply open this specific documentation link, and ImageKit Java SDK, and this is the ImageKit Java SDK they are showing to us, and this is the installation. Okay, so make sure to copy this Maven command. Make sure to copy this Maven configuration and open your pom.xml, and inside this pom.xml, maybe below this Jakatra validation, and outside of this dependency as well, I can paste my ImageKit as well. Okay, and let me quickly format them, and the moment I save, you will see I'm automatically start building it, so that this will going to add that dependency specific to ImageKit configuration. And next thing, I simply wanted to create bean. So first of all, let me snooze my AI and simply get here the bean annotation, and below this bean annotation, okay, I think I imported the wrong bean. Let me get the right bean actually. So this is the bean annotation that I need, and below this I'm simply going to say ImageKit client. Yes, make sure to import this ImageKit client, and name should be ImageKit client. They will going to simply have the ImageKit properties, and then the properties that we have. Perfect. And then inside this, I'm simply going to check is property is configured or not, and then I'm going to simply return this illegal state exception error. Perfect. Now what is the error name? Illegal state exception error. Okay, but if this is configured, what I wanted to do, I simply wanted to return my image kit. Okay, http client dot builder, yep, and then dot private key, simply add the private key here. So this is the private key that will come from properties dot private key. Nice. And at the end, I'm simply going to call my build. Easy. And this is how we simply able to configure the image kit client for us. Okay, very easy and very childish configurations that we are doing here. Perfect. And make sure to add semicolon here as well. Perfect. What next? Next is now let's move. Now we basically able to configure the image kit. Now we wanted to basically create one image kit service. Okay, so that image kit service will basically going to provide us around 10 to 12 method, and that method will going to use entirely inside our application. So now let me just close everything, go to my backend, my main, and then inside the services. So simply into my services, I wanted you to create one image kit service dot java. Okay, and inside this image kit service java, so the only work of this image kit service is to inject image kit client and image kit properties and build the http client for downloading ai transformed images, and also bunch of constant we will going to add into this image kit services. And then we will going to follow some folder convention here, so that every time when a currently logged in user will going to upload something, so the with the help of their id we will going to create a separate folder inside the image kit. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. So same thing, image kit service is basically only the only class that will talk to your image kit. Okay, and then in upcoming chapters, in later chapters, what we're going to do is to use something known as photo services and ai and libraries specific thing that will going to call this service, and they never going to touch the image kit sdk directly. Okay, so that is what we basically wanted to do. Now let me just simply go inside my image kit service, and inside this image kit service, first thing, mark it as a service. Okay, and after this, perfect, and what I wanted to do is to simply add bunch of dependencies here and a bunch of constant variable. So this is the first constant that we have is ai download max attempt. Okay, and then next we basically have the ai download retry delay, like in how many delays on each attempt you wanted to add, like 3 second of delays, 4 second of delays. So right now we basically wanted to add 3 second of delays for downloading the next ai image, and more of I can say that the next attempt, for taking the next attempt you need to wait for 3 seconds. That is something this is. And then we have this image kit client, and we also have this image kit properties and this inbuilt http client that will come from java.net. Okay, nice, we're going to use java.net. Then I basically wanted to use constructor and initialize all of them. So why not, let's just move ahead and simply say image kit service, image kit client as a dependency, and image kit property as a dependency, initialize them, and just build our http client as well, which the connect timeout, follow redirects, and a simple build for it. Okay, this is something builder buttons that we are using. Next thing, the first method that I wanted to create is something known as upload folder. Now what is this upload folder method? So the work of on more of I can say that the upload photo. Okay, so let's just create the first method. So the name of the first method should be the public, and then we'll get the class name as file upload, and I think this is the interface, file upload response. Okay, yeah, okay, we have this class as file upload response, and this file upload response will going to be say simple upload photo, and this will be your user, and the next thing we have as the user here as well. Okay, this user will come from the backend domain, make sure to import from the domain. And next we need to get the multi-part. Okay, and now what is this multi-part file? Multi-part file will again come from something known as, let me just quickly grab the multi-part file from the multi-part. So this is the dependency from where we basically need to import this multi part. Perfect. So let me just quickly fix it. Multi-part file, and this is the file that we have, and open it. Nice. And what is the work of this method? Very simple. Let me first of all add try and catch inside this. And this try and catch will going to first of all call the file upload params that will going to get bunch of configurations like will that will come from here, and then resolve the file name. Okay, so we definitely need to create one method with the name of resolve file name. So three private methods that we actually need. So let me just quickly paste all of them. First method is basically the resolve file name. They will going to basically fix the naming of file. Simple work. Okay, just a minute. Bad exception. Okay, maybe this will come from here, and let me see. Okay, I think we need to actually implement the exception here. So let me go inside my exception, and inside this exception, let me create one class with the name of bad request exception dot java, and then let me paste it. Okay, so this is something that I wanted to do here. Now let me save this, and then I will import it from the exception. Perfect. So the work of this is to give you the original name. Okay. Next we have the sleep before retry, and then next we have the strip the query. They will going to attach the query together. Nice. Okay. So the first method we have is something known as file upload params dot builder. First thing they're accepting is the file. Second thing that they are accepting is your file name. Next thing is the folder, like in which folder you wanted to upload this. So for that we need to tell them, so this is the user folder and this is where you basically need to upload it. So for that, how we will decide that? Okay, it's very easy. So this is the simple function with the name of user folder. So whatever the slash users slash, and then whatever the currently logged in user ID, that will going to come here. Perfect. Nice. And then next we have the simple image client dot files, and then the simple upload, then the ImageKit exception. So let me get ImageKit exception, ImageKit upload exception, then IO exception as well. So let me get this as well. Okay, now let me implement both of this exception as well. All right, so I basically added this ImageKit upload exception as well, and I also fixed two things. First is this file upload response will come from the imagekit.models.files.file upload params, not from the v2 beta. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. Now we successfully able to create the first function, which is your upload photo. In same way, next function that I wanted to create is the upload bytes. So let me just move ahead and paste the function which is as upload bytes. Okay, so they will basically going to call this function as file, then the file name, then the folder, simple, then use unique file name. Make sure to add that as well. Okay, and then a simple build. Then what we are doing, ImageKit client dot files dot upload. Same thing that we are doing. In same way, I also wanted to have a delete file. So let me add the next, which is the delete file. And where is my file delete params? Okay, let me import my file delete params as well. So ImageKit client dot files dot delete. Okay, which file do you wanted to delete? So I wanted to delete this file by the file ID that I am passing to you. Simple. And in same way, next we have list asset in folder. So basically all the assets that we have in some specific folder. So that is this function actually. So first of all, let me import the asset, and asset list response come from model asset, and asset list params will also come from model assets. Perfect. So they will basically going to call your ImageKit client dot assets dot list all the by giving whatever the path folder path we will going to give, and number of skips we will going to give, number of limits we will going to give, and that is what we'll going to get this response. So this response will going to contain the file folder and whatever the JSON value we have. Amazing. And in same way, next we have something known as build AI transform URL. Okay. So now what is the work of this build AI transform URL? So every time when you wanted to use AI features from the ImageKit, they will not provide you the direct SDKs for them, at least for now. So they provide you very convenient. You just need to pass bunch of parameters into the URL, and then they're going to do everything for you. So that's why we are accepting the source URL and whatever the transform chain you need. Okay. And then we are adding bunch of edge cases handling. After that, first thing we created the base URL, and then we are whatever the URL is coming, we are stripping them. Okay, first thing we get the query index from this quotations mark. What are all the queries you are passing? And then if the query index is greater than equal to 0, then simply do this. From 0 to whatever the query index I am getting. Okay, but if this is not 0, then we'll basically going to return them the URL whatever we have. And the base URL, then TR means transformer chain, and then end whatever the cache buster we have. Okay, so I know this too much of the hard coding thing is going on, but this is how you can basically use them. Okay, so let me show you that for the AI. So this is your AI transformation. And the moment you come here, look at that. The moment you pass TR is equals to whatever the width you need, whatever the height you need, whatever the items you need, by doing only this, like look at that BG gen fill. So this is how you can add BG gen fill, and this will going to add this specific feature. Look at that change BG prompt, whatever the prompt you will going to give. So this is how you can basically add this. So that's why we are basically handling all the parameters by using this syntax. Okay, so that's why we basically stripping all of them together. Next we have a download image. Okay, so now that download image will be quite a lot of things is basically going on into it, but right now I just wanted you to go and paste that code, and let me explain you the intention behind this code. First of all, let me grab my HTTP request, then my URI, then again my HTTP response, and my this URI is not working. Okay, so they will basically going to start downloading the transformed URL. Whatever the value I will get, whatever the response I will get, I will going to start downloading them one by one. So that's why I'm basically using maximum attempts, a simple loop. They will going to hit my basically endpoint, and that endpoint will going to give me the body, and this is something that I wanted to return. Okay, so sleep before retry. So this is something that we wanted to get. In same way, we have build thumbnail URL, and next we have build thumbnail from the URL. So this is the next function that we wanted to use. Next we have the build thumbnail URL. What is the work of this? They'll first of all, this is the file path. They will start with slash ImageKit client helper build. But we wanted to go inside the model source option, and then the builder whatever we have, we basically creating a thumbnail. Okay, nothing else. In same way, we have thumbnail URL from URL. Okay, so basically now we wanted to create thumbnail from the URL. So that is that specific function. I know a lot of things, but okay, this is what we basically wanted to do. So now explain you all the functions one by one. So the first function that we have is the user folder. So what is the work of this user folder? Every user get their own unique user folder on the basis of their ID, so files stay isolated to each other. Next we have something known as resolve file name. Now what is the work of this resolve file name? So you basically need a original file name. So okay, so instead of blank file name, will whatever, if we have a blank file name, then I'm going to return the bad request. Next method that we have is a lot of methods, by the way. Next method that we have is the upload photo. Now what is the work of this upload photos? uh, they will going to basically read whatever the upload bytes you will give basically, and then that photo will going to upload towards the user folder by their unique name, and then they will going to return you the file response. Okay, which contain field, URL, path, and the size of that photo. Same thing we have for upload byte, same as upload, but this is basically for the raw byte. they'll basically use later for the AI when we basically going to apply the re-upload feature, transformed image features. In that case, this will be going to be very helpful. Next we have delete. So we already know the work of this delete. They will going to permanently delete from the image kit by the file ID. Next we have something known as list asset in folder. So they will going to be browse the file that already exist inside the image kit. Okay, we're going to implement the import UI later. So this is something that we wanted to do. Next we have this build AI, no, basically this build thumbnail URL. Now what is the work of build thumbnail URL? They will going to be give you a 400 by 400 auto focused URL endpoint. Okay, so basically this is something that you will get. Next we have the thumbnail URL from URL. So they will going to append this specific parameters into the existing URL for any specific image that we have. Okay, and same way we have build AI transform URL. They will going to strip all the queries, all the transformer logic, and then you will going to get your output. Next we have download transformed image. They will basically going to get the transformed URL, retry by any chance if ImageKit going to return you something known as uh, HTML. Okay, and then that is something that we wanted to handle. And next we have encode prompt. Okay, so where is my encode prompt? So let me just search for encode prompt. Yes, we also have one function with the name of encode prompt. So let me paste them. This encode prompt will going to use base 64 and going to convert the prompt into proper base 64 encoded format. Okay, so this encode prompt will going to be do base 64 URL encode prompt for AI URL transforms. Okay. Next we have last two methods. First is strip query and then sleep before retry. They will basically bunch of private helpers for the AI download low. Okay. So this is something that we wanted to do. I know there's a lot of method, but when we're going to use them one by one, this will make more sense to us. So don't worry. Now we successfully able to integrate ImageKit inside our application. So with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, beautiful people, welcome to chapter number 5. In this chapter, we'll basically going to set up the photos entity. Okay, so in this chapter, our main goal is only to create the photo domain and then the services specific to photos and the image kit. All the utilities that we created specific to image kit, we wanted to basically implement that and we wanted to use that inside this photos controllers, and I can say that the services. Perfect. So now let's move ahead and start implementing it one by one. So first thing that we wanted to do is to simply go inside your source and inside your, I can say that the main and then the Java, and make sure to search for the domain. Okay, so right now we only have the refresh token and then the user.java. Okay, but right now what we wanted to add, we basically wanted to add a photo domain. Perfect. So for that I can simply going to say this as photos and more of, I can say this as a photo.java. Yes, this should be photo.java, and instead of this. Okay, so what I wanted to add here, I just wanted to add a bunch of annotations. Okay, so let me just get all of the annotations that I wanted to use and paste them. Okay, so first annotation is entity, second annotation is table, third from Lombok as getter and then setter. Another one will be no args constructor, and then one more is all args constructor and builder. Okay, I think for some reason, hopefully this will work. Let me get this as well. And why this is not working? Photo in type photo duplicate method. Where is the duplicate method? Okay, I will use that. And the fields that I wanted to add, let me just add everything one by one. So the first field that we have is @ID, and the generated value should be type of generation type value should be of UUID. Perfect. Okay, easy. This is something that we are doing for a very longer period of time. And then let me also get this and let me import UUID as well. So the first field is done. Okay. Now let me import this from Java utils as well. Nice. Next field that I wanted to have is something known as the relation field. So basically this photo belongs to a currently logged in user. So for that, what I will do, I can simply paste this logic. So this will be our many to one relation. So basically, let me just simply get many to one, and then fetch type should be lazy. Okay, and join column will become user underscore id. So one user can have multiple photos. Okay, that is why this is many to one. And then in same way, I just wanted to add ImageKit file id as well, because this image will belong to ImageKit, because every image will going to upload towards the ImageKit dashboard. So that's why we need one ImageKit file underscore id as well, and with the field of ImageKit file id. In same way, we need file name as well. So let me just paste the file name, and then if we have any kind of URL for that specific image, so we can even show that as well. So this will our URL, and in same way we can have theme thumbnail URL if we are creating any kind of thumbnails as well. So this will our thumbnail URL as well. In same way, I can have MIME type, like be it JPEG, PNG, so every type. So let me just copy and paste my MIME type as well, and then size bytes as well. So what will be the size of a specific uploaded image, we also need to track that. And then height, width, and the status of that image. So let me just quickly come here and paste it. Nice. Next thing that I wanted to have is enumerated, and then the enum type. So one enum that we wanted to create is with the name of photo status. Now what is this photo status? Let me paste it. So this will be the photo status dot java, and we only have three status. So first of all, instead of class, let me simply say this as enum. First status of a image will be archive, and the next will be active, and the next will be thrash. Okay, so these are the three status we have as a enumerated value. Amazing. And after that we wanted to have created at, deleted at, and then we can also have parent photo id as well. So let me get the parent photo id as well. So next we have created at, and then the deleted at. Along with that, we're also going to have parent photo id, and the AI transform type, like which type of AI transform you wanted to use. Now what is this AI transform? This will again a enum value. So let me simply say this as AI transform type dot java. Okay, and instead of class, this will become enum value, and inside this I basically wanted to paste all the AI transform type we will going to provide to the end user. So they can remove background. Okay, they can definitely background underscore shadow. They can basically change the background, add shadows, change background, generative field, smart crop, object crop, retouch, upscale, AI edit. So these are bunch of features of AI features specific to ImageKit, because ImageKit provide all of these features without any issue. So it's pretty nice. And then let me save it, and we can also import this AI transform type as well. Then one last thing that we are doing with everyone is this pre-persist, and on create, if created at is null, then simply add this value. If status is null, then add photo status dot active, and size byte if 0, then add zero's long value here. Perfect. Nice. So now the photo domain is ready. Perfect. So this is something that we wanted to do. Next, I just wanted to add DTOs specific to this, because we just wanted to send a create photo request, photo response, pages response. So let me just quickly create all of them one by one. So the first DTO that I wanted to create is with the name of create photo request dot java. Okay, and instead of record, definitely this will instead of class, this will be the record. And the value they will going to accept, let me quickly pass them, just a minute. Okay, so they will going to accept the, let me just quickly copy and paste all the fields that we need here. So we need ImageKit field, file name, URL, thumbnail URL, MIME type, size bytes, width and height. Okay, these much of information you have to provide. Okay, so this will be definitely, let me import non-blank, then let me import not null and positive or 0. Okay, perfect. So this is your create photo request DTO. In same way, we can have photo response dot java. Perfect. So next we have the photo response java, and this will be the record. Let me quickly paste it, and this record will going to have the value as ID, ImageKit field, file name, URL, MIME type, all of the things that we basically created. Now let me simply paste all of them. So first thing we have ID. So let me import UUID, then the photo status, then the instant, and also the AI transform type. So we have ID, ImageKit field, file name, URL, thumbnail URL, MIME type, size bytes with height, status, created at, deleted at, and parent photo ID, and AI transform type. So these are the things that we need. One more thing that we wanted to add is more of for pagination thing. So let me simply get this as page response.java, and again this will become your something known as record, and the value they will going to have is the, let me show you, just a minute. Okay, yep, so these are the value. First we have a type list of generic type, it can be anything, the content can be actually anything here. So this will be t, let me import list. Perfect. And then this t can be type of t, so let me also add this here. Perfect. And then we have page, the size of that page, total elements, total pages, and whatever the we have last, is the specific response is last response or not, for tracking, definitely for implementing paginations you need to implement that. Okay, so now we successfully created all of the details that we need. Okay, next step is basically going to add repository for everyone. So now let me simply go inside the repository and create one repository with the name of photo repository.java. Okay, and then this photo repository.java will going to have a lot of methods like find by user ID and status, find by ID and user status. So I think it's a good approach. First thing, this will be the interface. Okay, just a minute. This will going to extend the JPA repository. So let me just import JPA repository, and let me also add the domain of photo with the UUID. Amazing. And now let me paste each and every methods that we need one by one. Okay, so these are all the methods that we wanted to have. We have page, and then we also wanted to have photo status. Then yes, this will be the pageable value that will basically going to come from data domain. Perfect. Let me get page, and okay, just a minute, this page will basically going to come from data domain. Okay, next we have list. So let me just import all the values and then I'll be right back. Okay, now let's read everything one by one. So the first method that we have is find by user ID and status. Okay, you will basically going to provide the user ID and then status, and you will going to get your data. Then we have for find by ID and ID in and user ID. Perfect. Then same way find by ID and user ID. then find by id and user id and status. Okay, perfect. And for checking purposes, exist by ImageKit field id and user id, then count by user id and status, and then a simple query. Yes, you can even write your custom queries, which is select, and then we are basically calculating the total number of images size that we have for the specific user for this specific status, and we are basically returning that only. Okay, and yes, now let me save this. Now our repository is done. Next, I wanted to create services. So now let me simply go inside the services, and this will be our photo service.java. Okay, and then this photo service Java will going to use all of that methods and implement my all the services that I wanted to use. So first thing first, let me simply say this as service. So where is my service annotation? So this is where I have my service annotation. All right. And then first thing that I wanted to add is the set, a set of all the allowed content that we will going to accept. So let me just quickly get my set, and okay, so these are all the allowed content types we will going to support. So first we have JPEG, then we have PNG, then WebP, then GIF, then HEIC and HEIF. Okay, these are bunch of format that we are accepting. Nice. Now let me inject all the dependencies that we have, which will be your private final photo repository, and then the photo repository. Next, we'll also going to have private final ImageKit service. Yes, we wanted to use ImageKit service as well. And then let me add a constructor here so that we can inject it. So now we successfully able to inject the dependency. First method that I wanted to create is going to be list all the photos. Okay, only try to understand the intention behind the method. Okay, so first method name is list photos. The only work of this specific service is to basically list all the photos that we have for currently logged in user. Okay, so that is something that we need to implement. All right, so we basically got this transactional. Okay, so let me just import all of the things, then I'll be right back. All right, so basically I just created this function and imported all the dependencies, all the utilities that we need. So this is the only function that we are using. The only work of this function is to call this service. The name is find by user ID and status. And this will going to return us the response in the format of photo, but inside the page format. Okay, and along with that they'll going to convert that specific response into this response. Like we'll basically going to use this 2-page response and going to return the content, number, size, total element, total pages, and last. And along with that we'll also going to return in this format: ID, ImageKit field, get file name, get URL, get thumbnail URL, all the fields that we have. Okay, amazing. In same way, next method that I wanted to basically create is going to be list photos. Okay, we already have list photo. Next that we have is the get photo. So let me quickly add my get photo and let me import UUID. So the only work of this method is to, okay, resource not found exception. So let me quickly create this resource not found exception file. And where is my exception at this point? Okay, let me simply create one resource not found exception dot java. And then the code I wanted to paste is this. Okay, this will going to extend the runtime exception and calling the super method. And let me import them. Perfect. So what is the work of this method is to get the photo on the basis of photo ID and currently logged in user. Simple. And then transform that into the specific response we wanted to return. Amazing. In same way, next we have is the create derived photo. Okay, this is quite big method, and again we just wanted to create a photo here. Okay, so let me just quickly import them, and then let me get this file upload, and make sure to import for io imagekit.models.file, not from the beta. Okay, in same way let me also import AI transform type. Okay, so now let's just try to understand this method. Okay, first of all, let me just import bad exception. Okay, and I think we need to get that from exception. Okay, so this will going to accept first thing the user and then the source photo that have all of this information. Okay, next we need the upload response and then the AI transform type. So first thing we are getting the file ID from this upload response. Next we are getting URL again from this upload response, then this thumbnail URL from again upload response. Definitely this is the upload response we have that contain lot of information. Again, this is the internal implementation of ImageKit. You need not to go into it too much. Then next thing we are basically building. Okay, we basically configuring our photo that have user, that have ImageKit field, that have file name, that have URL, thumbnail URL, MIME type that will come from upload response again. Then the size of that specific image, and then width, height, status, parent photo ID if we have any. So that will come from source photo, this one. Okay, and along with that the AI transform type. Okay, so which transform type you have used, be it remove background and shadow, change background, generative fill, smart crop, a lot of other things. I mean, you got the point. So this is something that we have, and then we are basically returning the response. Amazing, I mean, very easy function. And next that we wanted to have is the upload photo. Okay, this is quite interesting, and we actually need to understand it very well. So now first of all, let me just paste them and then I'll explain you what is the actual work of this. Okay, so we also have a method with the name of validate upload. So let me create one private method that will basically going to do a basic validation. Is the content type is inside the allowed content type or not, and bunch of validations. Okay, so only work of this method is to validate the image that we are uploading. Okay, and then create photo request will again come from the DTO and create photo method. Okay, so I think next we also have the create photo method. So I'll create that in a while, but first of all, let's try to understand what is the actual implementation of this upload photo. This upload photo accept user, currently logged in user, and also the file that we are uploading. Then we are validating it. After that, we are basically first step that we are doing is using this ImageKit service, and this ImageKit service have a very interesting method named as upload photo. So we just using that specific method here. Okay, look at that. Okay, let me show you. Look at that ImageKit service dot upload photo that accept two things. First is user, second is file. Why user? So that we can get the user ID and create a folder inside ImageKit with their user ID, so that we can uniquely identify the folders for each user and show them. Then we basically getting the file ID from this upload response. Then we also getting the URL from this upload response and also file path from this upload response. Okay, and then we are basically creating a new photo request with all of the fields, all of the values that we have, which with bunch of mapping, and then we just wanted to create a photo. Okay, so now what is this create photo actually? It's quite easy function, by the way. So the work of this create photo is more of, I can say this as, okay, so first thing that we are doing is we just wanted to create a photo na? So let me just paste the function for it. Okay, it's quite easy function, and this is the function that we have. So this is your create photo. Then let me get my runtime exception. So the work of this photo is to get the thumbnail URL and then build the thumbnail URL from the URL, and then this is something that we are doing and returning inside the photo response. So the work of this create photo is first of all checking from the photo repository, is this image file is already exist or not. If they already exist, then we are returning photo already exist in your library. But if that not exist, then this is something that we wanted to do. Okay, so now the create photo request photo is also created, and then bunch of validation we are doing and returning that specific photo to the user. Nice, and hopefully this makes sense now. So upload photo method also done. So till now we successfully created the list photos, and then get photos, create derive photo, okay, and then upload photos, create photos, then validate upload, and then these are the private methods that we have. And next we basically wanted to create one more bunch of utilities. I can say that we already have create photo, one is archive photo, another one is move to trash photos. Okay, these are all right. So let me just create the another photo is another method is archive photo. So that photo will going to change the status of photo to the archive. That's it. So just below this, let me paste it. And this is very easy function that will going to accept the bunch of photo IDs and one photo as well. And then that will going to change their value towards the photo archived. Okay, so let me see what are the value. Okay, so this will going to change towards the archive. And this is the upload photo status. We definitely need to create one private method for it. So they will going to call your database and upload it. So let me just quickly add them. I can, I think, add just below this. The name is upload photo status, and one more method that we need after it is load photos. So they will going to basically load all the photos that we have, okay, from the database. So upload photo status, they will basically running a loop on all the photos that we have, and then we are setting the status and then setting the deleted at, and yep, that's it. Now let me get my instant from Java time. Amazing. So this is your archive photo, and I hope this makes sense. I know there's a lot of things is going on, but it's okay. Next, we have move to trash. This is also very easy photo function. Again, transactional move to trash is basically first of all going to load all the photos that I own, run a loop over it, and check if the of a specific photo already into trash, then need not to add it. Otherwise, set their status to photos.trash and add set deleted at whatever the time is happening at the specific time when we are basically calling this function. And next we have the restore photo. So restore photo will help us to restore that specific photo. So basically changing the status to active. I mean, if we see, we playing very smartly. We're just playing with the status of the images, and that's it. Next, we have the delete permanently. So this will basically going to delete your photo permanently. Okay. So let me just quickly add all the methods that I need for it. So this is the method permanently delete photos. Okay, so the only work of this is to permanently delete the photos, and also permanently delete photo will going to call this method. Okay, and yes, with this I can say that we successfully able to create this entirely. Okay, what next you can do, you can definitely just, if you don't understand it, what you can do, you can copy this code, go to any Claude, Chat GPT, and if you're using Cursor, and then just ask for the explanation. So that this will going to save your time and you will able to understand everything that you wanted to. Nice. So we successfully able to create the photo services as well. Next, what I basically wanted to do is to create the controller for everything. So now let me go inside the controllers. So where is my controller? This is the controller that I have, and let me name it as a photo controller dot java. Okay, so this is my photo controller dot java, and the very easy. So first thing that I wanted to do is to simply say rest controller. Next that I wanted to do is simply request mapping as slash API, and not the photos actually, slash API is perfect here. And then two dependencies that I need. First is the private final photo service. Next is the user service, and then let me inject them while we're going to call the constructor of it. Okay, and now let me add all the mapping one by one. So the first mapping will going to be get mapping, and they will going to basically call the slash photos slash id, whatever the id of the photo, and then we will going to return the response entity in the format of photo response. So photo response will going to give us all of this informations. Okay, and then we basically wanted to add authenticated principal. Yep, and then the user details we need to give. Then path variable will be the ID of that specific photo. So let me quickly get that as well. So first thing, they will going to call my user service dot gmail and whatever the value we are getting, and then we are calling this photo service dot get photo. So work of this get photo is to call this photo repository that will going to call find by ID and user ID. Simple. So I hope that makes sense now. Amazing. In same way, I can create one get mapping to fetch all the photos that I have. So this will going to fetch my all the photos. Okay. And now let me import everything. Okay. So this is the function that we imported. So basically we accepting user detail and then the photo status. But by default, this is active in the request parameter. The next we have the number of page and number of size of the images that we wanted to fetch at once. Then we are basically getting the user and calling this photos dot list photo. They will going to accept the user and the status of the images, and in the format of pages. In basically we wanted to implement the pagination, so that is why we are doing this page response thing. Okay, so where we are passing the number page number 8123, and then we are basically giving the sizes as well and a basic sorting as well on the basis of created at into the descending order. Okay, and then we are returning this response dot okay photos, whatever the photos we will get. Next we have the form post mapping of the slash photos slash upload. Okay, so the work of this specific endpoint is to upload your images. Okay, so first thing they will going to accept, okay, this is the post mapping, and they will going to accept the media type as multipart underscore form underscore data value. And two thing they will accept again, user detail and then all the files you wanted to upload. And then simple user service dot get by email, and then this is the photo response from upload photo. This upload photo will internally going to call this ImageKit service upload photo. All right, and then we're going to pass the user and file, and then going to return the response entity dot status as http status dot created, and inside the body the photo that we wanted to return. All right, and next we wanted to have a post mapping, another post mapping with slash photos. So they will going to basically again request body as create photo request definitely, and then we are giving, again we are calling photo service dot create photo. Now we wanted to create a photo with the user and then the request, and again going to return the status as created and body, whatever the body we have. Next we again have one post mapping for archiving the image status. So this is something that we have, and we have bulk photo action request. So what is this? This is again a DTO. So let me just go inside my DTO and create one bulk photo action request dot java, and then this is the DTO that I wanted to have as this. So we have a simple bulk photo action request. They will going to have non-empty list of multiple photo IDs, so that we wanted to archive. And not only archive, let's say in future we also wanted to delete them in bulk, so you can basically use that. All right, so basically now let me import my bulk photo request. So what we are doing here, getting the user and simply calling this archive photo. They will going to accept the currently logged in user and all the photo IDs from the request, and then we are simply returning this. All right, in same way I can have for thrashing and for restoring as well, and for deleting permanent as well. So let me just copy 3 of them and paste it one by one. Again, this will going to restore all your method. This will basically going to delete them permanently. Nice. And next and the last method that we have is simple your delete mapping. Okay, so now this is our delete mapping that will say slash photos slash ID. They will basically going to call this permanently delete photo from the photo service. So these are all the REST APIs that we successfully able to create. Let me save everything, let me close everything, and this is pretty much it for this chapter. From the next chapter, we just wanted to move ahead and add another REST APIs more of specific to albums, and then we will going to implement the front end for everything and then see how everything work. Okay, so with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, everyone, and welcome to chapter number 6. In this chapter, we're going to talk about album APIs. So basically, only goal of this is chapter to basically create all the specific controllers, collections, not the collections actually, all the controllers, all the services, all the repos, all the DTOs, and along with that, all the domains that we need for specific to albums. Okay, so now let's move ahead and start implementing this. So first thing that I wanted you to do is to simply go inside your backend source main Java and then this domain. Okay. And inside this domain, simply create one album.java. And inside this album, I just wanted you to add all the albums that we need. Okay. So let me just quickly import all of them and paste it here so that we don't have to waste on time for writing each and everything. So we have simple ID and then the user, again a simple relation that we need to create, and then the cover photo ID, then created at and updated at. Perfect. And then on create and then on update. This is something that we need to add for specific to album. After that, I just wanted you to add one more domain with the name of album photo. So album photo.java. Okay, next we have a simple album photo.java. Now what is this album photo.java? So the work of this album photo.java, let me import everything, let me paste it, and then I'll explain you. So we again have ID and then the album, like this album photo belong to which album ID. Perfect. And then we have photos as well. That will again come from the photo ID. Next we have the sorted order when it will added, and then on create, just update the data. Simple. Perfect. So this is basically, I can say that kind of an middleware that before saving anything, call this one whenever we are creating it. Okay, so that will going to basically update the times for us. Nice. Next, let's move ahead, and now we have album and album photo as well. Close this domain, open your DTO, and first another DTO that I wanted to add is going to be create album request.java. Okay, so the next DTO that I wanted to add is this. We have simple the size of that specific title. Okay, which not the size actually, the title. Okay, so what will be the title of a specific album you wanted to add? Next we wanted to have basically the update album request. So let me just come here, let me change this name to update album request.java, and then I just wanted to paste it. Next we have title and then the cover photo ID. Perfect. Next we basically wanted to have a album response. So now let me simply create one album response, which will going to contain the ID of album, title of album, cover photo ID, cover thumbnail URL, and then the photo count that specifically we have inside that album, and then when it's created, when it's updated. So all of that information we wanted to give inside this album response. Okay, so all of this information we have. Nice. What next? Next we basically wanted to create repositories. So for that, first of all, domain also done, DTOs also done. Next we basically wanted to create repository. So the repository name is going to be album repository. So album repository.java, and then this album repository is simply going to have interface, going to implement JPA repository, and then the domain for it. So let me just quickly get everything one by one. So yes, this will be the domain we will going to have. So first of all, let me remove this, let me get my album. Okay, so this is a public interface album repository going to extend JPA repository with album and UUID. Then we simply have this method with the name of find by user ID or order by update at descending order. Then next we have find by ID and user ID, and then a simple custom query that will going to count the photos by album ID. So like for this specific album ID, how much photos that we have inside it. Okay, so this is something that we need. Next we wanted to create services for all of them. So now let me simply go inside my services, open this, and simply going to say this as album service.java. Okay, and all the business rules will inside this album service. Okay, so what I wanted to do is to simply copy and paste everything so that we just don't waste time on writing each and every line of code that eventually written by AI. So let me just paste them and import all of this, and then I'll explain you what is going on. Okay, just a minute. All right, so that we basically imported and injected the dependency, which is album repository, photo repository, and then the photo service, which we don't need right now. And then we basically added it. Okay. First service that we have is list album for the currently logged in user. Easy. Second service that we have is get album. Okay, for the currently logged in user and the by the album ID. Next method is not important right now. We'll implement that in next chapter. In same way, we have create album. So the name itself giving the definition. This will basically going to use for creating an album. Then we have for update album. This will going to help you to update the album, and then this is the delete album. Okay, and then we have get owned album. So what is this get owned album? So we're going to give the user information and whatever the album ID we have, and then we basically wanted to call album repository find by ID and user ID. So ID is the album ID and user ID is the currently logged in user ID. Simple. And then next, a simple private method that will help you to build this. Okay, amazing. So now album service also done. But now before moving ahead, what I wanted you to do is to simply move ahead, and we already have a repository as well. One thing I just wanted you to create is something known as album photo repository. Okay, so this is the album repository. Next, I wanted you to create one album photo repository. Okay, so simply just come here and then name it as album photo repository.java. Now what is the work of this album photo repository? So the work of this album photo repository is help you to basically again that count photos by album ID and then all of that thing. So let me just quickly grab it one by one and then I'll give you. Okay, so just a minute, let me copy them and then I'll be right back. Just a minute. Okay, cool. Then let me go to my album photo repository and paste it, and then instead of this, let me quickly change the album photo. Nice. So the first method that we have is the custom query that is basically saying find by album ID and user ID. Okay, and that is the query specific to it. Then next we have find album ID and user ID. Find by album ID and user ID. Next we have find by album ID and photo ID. In same way, we just for checking purpose exist by album ID and photo ID. Next we have delete by album ID and photo ID, and then again a custom query that will fix max sort order and find by photo ID. Okay, so these are a bunch of album photo repository thing that we need. All right, along with that, what I basically wanted to do is, okay, next what we can do now, we can basically go inside the service with the album service, and then I can simply uncomment all of the methods here. So next method that we have is album photo repository. So let me just quickly add them as private final album photo repository, and let me get my album photo repository and then inject them as well and add here as well. Okay, perfect. So the method that we added here is remove photo from album. Next we have add photos to album. All right, so let me just uncomment this as well and get add photos to album. So where is add photos to album request DTO? So let me just quickly get that. Go to my DTO and add photos to album request.java and then create it. Okay, so just a minute. Let me quickly copy them and paste it. So they will going to accept simple all the photos ID that we wanted to give. In same way, we also wanted to add photo request is done. So this will be the DTO that we're going to have. Nice. So what we are doing, first of all, we are getting owned album. Then we are finding all the photos. Okay, and by the photo, whatever the IDs I'm giving, then I'm basically checking bunch of size and then sorting them, then running a loop over it. And after that, what I'm doing, I'm basically saving all of them. All right, and then returning to the user. Amazing. By the way, we're not returning anything, we are just adding photos to the album. Amazing. Next method that we have is, this is the read only method, which is get album photos. So for that specific photo, get for that specific album, how much photos that we have, we are simply returning them, like the photos, the page number, again for pagination, get size, total elements, total pages, and is last or not. All right, so all of the services added successfully. Next, I just wanted to add the controllers for it. So let me go to my backend main, again inside the controllers, and the controller name will be album controller.java. Okay, and what I will going to do is to simply copy and paste all of them so that I just don't have to waste time over it. Okay, so just a minute, let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay, perfect. So now we basically have the REST controller, and the request mapping will be /API and /album. So first of all, let me import all the dependency, then I'll explain you what is going on. All right, and then let me explain you everything one by one. So we simply have REST controller, and then the request mapping as the name of /API and album. We just get bunch of dependencies. So first is album service, definitely we need it, and user service. Then we just call that inside the constructor. First we have get mapping that will going to list all the albums for the currently logged in user we have. Next we have for create album. So this will going to call this album service dot create album, that will help you to create a album. Next we have a /id. So what is this id? This will going to basically give you get album by the album id and currently logged in user, definitely. Then we have by the album id but with the photos as well. So this will basically going to call album service dot get album photos. So whatever the currently logged in users photos, album id, and then from the page number 0, at least I need 24 of images at once, and then we are returning the photo. Then we have simple patch mapping. This is for updating. So right now we basically wanted to update the album name, a bunch of other features as well. So that is this update. Next we have delete mapping. Again, this is for deleting your album. Then we have post mapping for /album id and then the photos. What is they are accepting? They're accepting user detail, id, and request. So what request? Which photos do you want it to add inside the album request? So they will basically going to only have the photo IDs. And then we are basically calling this method name as add photos to album. Simple. And then next we have for the delete, like which photo inside the album you wanted to delete. So we are basically getting the photo ID for it and deleting them one by one. Okay, so these are all the album controllers that we wanted to implement. Again, writing all of them one by one, line by line is not feasible in this age. You will going to get each and every line of code. This is my recommendation. Just go and at least write it once by yourself only. So with this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, everyone, and welcome to chapter number 7. And this chapter will basically going to implement the library and storage specific business logic. Will basically going to implement the usage and the ImageKit browsing and the bulk import specific things. So the main problem till now is that right now we can see that we can upload a new files to ImageKit. We save the metadata into the Postgres and we can organize the album. But right now the two real problem that exist is, first one is a file may already exist in ImageKit, and user also wanted to fetch the storage summary instead of every time opening their CDN. So the main goal behind this chapter is to fetch all of that information. Okay, so right now let me go to my backend. And first thing that I wanted you to simply go inside the main Java and create one DTO. Okay. So inside this DTO, simply create a DTO with the name of storage usage response dot Java. Okay, and they will basically going to have something known as library used bytes, library photo counts, ImageKit bandwidth bytes, and ImageKit storage bytes. Okay, this is something that we need. Next, I wanted you to create a DTO with the name of ImageKit asset response dot Java. Okay, and ImageKit response dot Java will again going to give us asset ImageKit asset response. Okay, just a minute, let me quickly fix the naming and hopefully this is fine now. Perfect. So we have field ID, we have file name, we have URL, thumbnail URL, size bytes, width, height, MIME type, and already imported or not. Okay, so these are bunch of DTOs that we need. One last DTO that we need is import photo request. So let me just come here and simply name it as import photo request dot Java. And then after that, I basically wanted to paste it. And again, I think there is some typo. Let me quickly fix it. Nice. Now let me import non-empty and then the list as well. And they will only going to accept the ImageKit fields file ID actually. Nice. So now I just wanted to add service. So let me go to my services and simply create a services with the name of library service.java. Okay, and inside this library service.java, what I wanted to add is I just wanted to add bunch of methods. Okay, so let me add all of them and then I'll be right back. So just a minute, let me paste it. Let me import all the things that I need. All right, guys. So just I basically added the photo repository and then the ImageKit service and the photo service. Perfect. First method that we have is the get storage usage. Okay, so this will basically help you to give you the, first of all, the photo repository will going to call there a method name as some active photo bytes by user ID. Okay, so this is the first method that we are calling. Second, we have count by user ID and the status. Okay, so they will basically going to return you this method. Nice. And then we will going to return that inside the format of storage usage pattern. That will going to give you the used byte, photo count, and right now we don't have any ImageKit bandwidth bytes and ImageKit storage bytes. So we are returning them as a null. Next method we have is list importable assets. So basically we are calling the ImageKit service and user folders. Then we are basically calling listing all the asset into the folder. Then we are creating one new array list and running a loop over it and keep attaching everything into it in the format of this file ID, file name, and if we don't have any file name, we are adding the untitled, then the URL, thumbnail, size, width, height, MIME, and then we are simply checking photo repository does exist by ImageKit file ID and user ID. Okay, if we have any, and then we are returning them as well. So ImageKit asset response will going to have this. All right, and then we are returning the response. Next, we have import assets. So the work of this is to basically import all the assets, add everything into this array list and return this to the user. Nice. And next we have find files. Find files will help you to find all the file by the user ID and the file ID. Easy. So this is your library service that we have. Next, we basically wanted to implement controller for all of them. So let me quickly implement the controller as well. So let me just go inside the controller, and this will be my library controller dot java. Okay, and let me fix this by doing so this. Okay, so this is my library controller dot java, and then what I can do next, let me create a class with the name of library controller, and let me attach everything that I need. Okay, so just a minute, copy this and paste it, then let me import, and then I'll be right back. All right, guys. So now the first endpoint request mapping is slash API slash library. Now we added two dependencies as well. First endpoint is simple slash storage endpoint that will going to call your get storage. Next, we have slash ImageKit assets. They will going to list all the importable assets to you. And then next we have post mapping that will help you to import your images. Okay, so this is your import asset that will going to import all the files and create photos for you and use this for you. Okay, so these are bunch of endpoints that we need to add. Amazing. So this is pretty much it for this chapter, and see you next time. All right, beautiful people, and welcome to chapter number 8. In this chapter, we will going to implement the AI photo transforms, where we will going to implement all the features, all the types of AI transforms that we support. We just wanted to code them out. Okay, so now let me just simply go to my application, and inside my application, first thing that I wanted to add is something known as a bunch of DTOs. Okay, so let me simply again go to main Java, and first DTO that I wanted to add is AI transform request. Okay, make sure that you already have one with the name of AI transform. Oh, where is that actually? Let me search for it. Okay, AI transform type. Yes, so this is the domain actually we need. AI transform type, we already have this domain. So for the first DTO that I wanted to add is AI transform request dot java. Okay, and they will going to have all of this informations. Now let me remove this and import this. So we need the type of the transform you wanted to have, then the prompt, and width, height, and what will be the focused object you wanted to have. Okay, again you just need to pass everything inside the parameters, and this will work magically. And next we have another DTO, which is your AI transform preview response. Okay, so the next DTO that we have is AI transform preview response dot java, and then I'll simply going to paste this, and let me import my AI transform type. So this response will only going to return you the preview URL and then the type and transform chain. Perfect. Next, make sure that inside your ImageKit service. Okay, so let me go to my ImageKit service. You already have this build AI transform URL. Okay, so let me just search for it with the name of build AI. Yes, so this is something that I need, and we already have it because everything is already attaching here. Cool. Next, I just wanted you to simply go inside your services and create new services. So backend, source, main, and inside the services, the service I wanted to create, again you need not to write anything. Okay, just go copy and paste them and simply use them. Okay, because if you're going to write them, they will going to take you a lot of time, so I just don't want that. Let me simply import AI transform service, and let me just quickly fix all my imports, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so now I have fixed all my imports. And one thing that I wanted to tell you is, okay, first of all, let me add here @service. Perfect. Now I added three dependencies. First dependency is photo repository. Second is ImageKit service, and then we have photo services. Okay, so first method that we have is the preview method that will help you to preview, give you the preview URL. Next, we have apply method that will help you to apply the changes, whatever the request you will going to send. And next we have build derived file name. They will help you to create a file name to you. And then in same way we have get active photo, going to give you all the photos where status is active. Okay, simple. Then we have build transform chain. Now what is this build transform chain? Again, this is AI generated, and the only work of this is depends. They are basically using switch case. Let me explain you that. Whatever the type you will give, this request type can be of anything. They can be of remove background, they can be of background and shadow, change background, generative fill, smart crop, object crop, retouch, upscale, and AI edit. Can be anything. So the work of this simple method is to attach either let's say you selected remove background, so they will going to return you this ebg remove. Now this is the value provided by ImageKit. So this value is basically going to be attached inside your ImageKit. Okay, ImageKit method that you wanted to use, and that will help you to work with it. Okay, so same way we have remove background, background and shadow, change background, generative field, bunch of fields they are accepting, smart crop, then object crop, then retouch, upscale, and AI edit. Okay, again it's a bit confusing to read, but the only work of this method is whatever the request, whatever the type of uh, AI transform you wanted to use, on the basis of that they're going to return you this value. Okay, nice. So where we have basically used it, so you guys can see that we have used that inside this apply. Whatever the active photo you have and whatever the changes you wanted to add, they will going to transform it for you. Then finally they will going to give you the transform URL. Like if you go to the ImageKit, and then if I show you the AI features of them, so where is AI transform? This. So these are the URL we wanted to get. So if we able to get these values, we can transform any image. So this is something that we are doing here only. Okay, and then we have require prompt, bunch of private methods, require focus object, require dimensions, sanitize focus, URL encoded prompt, a bunch of AI generated stuff that we wanted to use. Okay, next I basically wanted to add a controller. So for adding controller, let me go to the controllers part, and inside this controller let me add photo AI controller dot java. Okay, and this photo AI controller.java is basically going to look like this. So let me just import everything and then I'll be right back. Okay, so now I have imported all the dependencies. So this will be the endpoint slash API slash photos, and then a photo ID, very important, because you will only apply AI transforms to a one specific photos at a time, and then slash AI endpoint. So we are using two services. First is AI transform service, second is user service. Now first we have photo AI controller, a simple injection, then simple slash preview. They will help you to give you the preview URL. Next we have apply. So they will help you to apply the changes. That's it. This will going to accept the user detail, whatever the photo ID you wanted to have, and the request. Request can contain the type, the prompt, width, height, and focused object. This will make sense more. This will make more sense when we going to implement front end for it. And hopefully from the next chapter, we will going to implement front end as well. Okay, so with this, I can say that we successfully able to create it. Okay, because from the chapter number 9, we're going to implement the entire UI for the all the things that we have. So with this, let me end the chapter number 8 and see you next time. All right, everyone, and welcome to the last chapter of this project. And before moving ahead, I just wanted to tell one thing that very important. This is very important. So basically, in the past, like the 4 year ago, and basically in the past, developer used to write every single component and every line of front end code manually. Makes sense. And yes, that's again a great way to learn the fundamentals, and I highly recommend doing that when you are learning React or any front end frameworks. Makes sense. But in today's industry, things actually have changed a lot. Like AI tools like Cursor have become the part of every professional developer's workflow. Like done. Okay, so if you're still writing everything from scratch without using AI, where it makes sense, you are going to spend hours on text task that can be completed in few minutes, and more of, I can say that, in few hours. So that is the main thing that I wanted to tell you. So for this project, instead of spending again 10 to 10 hours on writing the repetitive UI code, we are going to use a simple cursor to generate the large part of the front end, because we already have implemented the entire backend successfully. So now it doesn't mean we are blindly accepting whatever the AI going to give us. We'll definitely going to review the code, understand every component, make changes where needed, and we'll definitely going to fix bugs if we have any kind of it, and going to customize everything according to our requirement. All right. So now let's move ahead. So let's just use AI, so that the way modern AI engineers used, so that as a productivity tool, so that we just don't have to spend too much of time on just centering the div, on just basically managing bunch of global states, using 10 stack queries, a lot of things. So that is why what I wanted to do. So I already have one complete project. Okay, so I'm just basically going to giving the reference of that specific project, and going to tell, I just wanted you to take the reference from the given path and implement me the kind of exact same UI, but keep everything Sadcian default, using the backend APIs we have. Okay, so by doing this, what will going to happen? They will basically going to read each and every line of my code from the backend, and on the basis of that backend, my AI agent will going to explore the reference frontend UI and going to implement frontend inside the current folder. Okay, so let me just wait for the implementation, and then I'll be right back. All right, guys. So now AI just basically created all the endpoints that we need. So they also made few changes inside the photo controller as well. So they basically added one photos slash thrash endpoint that will help you to basically move photos to the thrash. Okay. So the first thing that they did is basically added 31 files. Okay, a lot of files. But now let us understand each and every changes one by one. So the first we have format bytes. So format bytes will basically going to accept the units and help you to format them into bytes, into KB, into GBs, into TBs. That will help you to show that inside the sidebars. Okay, I'll show you it. Then next we have photo selection store. Now what is the work of this photo selection store? Photo selection store is a global state for the photos that contain which photo selected, and then all the selected IDs, enter select mode, exit select mode, toggle photos, select all, and clear selections. Okay, then we basically created the hook for it and just implemented all the logic around it. All right, next we have photo upload. Now what is this? This is the client side of the API that we wanted to use, which contain a bunch of method. Okay, so now first we have this API slash photo slash upload that will help you to basically upload them. Okay, and this is something that we wanted to do. In same way, next we have API. Now what is this API? They basically, we are using active archive and thrash, and then bunch of AI transform types that we have. Bunch of types, basically, look at that, there's nothing, we just only have bunch of types here. Okay, then we basically created one request folder that is using this fetch and hitting request to our backend. Okay, then in same way we have query keys for adding all the queries. Then use photo hook that will basically using 10 stack query internally and help you to implement bunch of query. First is use photo, help you to fetch photos infinitely. Then we have use photos, which will help you to do use mutation, basically create photos, upload photos. Then we have use bulk mutation, help you to upload photos in bulk. Then help you to archive, help you to trash, help you to restore, and help you to permanently delete the photos. In same way, we have for album. Okay, this is your use album, help you to fetch all the albums that exist. In same way, we have album details. which is again a query. Then another we have a infinite query, help you to fetch all the album photos, then create album, delete album, and then add photos to the album. Then we have use remove photo from the album, and these are bunch of things. Okay, same we have for the library, and then same we have for all the AI, again same implementation, and 2 3 component and bunch of files that we have created for the UI. There is nothing advanced going on here, only 10 stack query, zoo stand, and then bunch of things. We are just implementing the UI for them. Okay, so now let me just try to visit on the localhost 3000, and yes, this is how the application look to us. So first of all, let me just try to sign out, and then let me try to log in once again. So now if I try to log in, you guys can see that we are basically making request and there is nothing to show, but let's just wait for a few seconds and look at that. Inside the photos, this is showing us no photo yet. So what I can do, I can basically upload photos, and not even this, I can even import from ImageKit as well. And then we have album, then we have okay, let's just wait just to, they are basically fetching is album exist or not. So you guys can see that there's nothing to show, and inside the archive same thing, there is nothing inside archive as well, and into the threshold. Amazing. So now if I just simply go to my photos and press on upload photos, so they will going to open this, and let me just randomly select any photo. Let me select the latest photo. Okay, so for some reason this just got failed. Why? By okay, so let me just close it client, and then let me once again run my application so that everything will work without any issue. So first of all, let me go to my backend application Java and make sure to up and run my application. Amazing, and this is working now. Perfect. And then let me run my application as npm run dev. Perfect. Cool. Now let me once again try to upload any photo, and then I'll see, hopefully this will work. So now if I try to once again upload, what I'm getting, okay, I'm sign out. Let me sign up, sign in. Nice. Let me try to once again, or what if I try to create an album? So let me try to create one album, sample album. If I simply press, okay, now album is created. So that uploading logic is not working. Okay, it's fine. So what I can do now, I can open this album, and you guys can see that no photos in the album. Let's just go back to the photos section, upload photo. Let me select any photo. It's okay. What if I import some from no new ImageKit file found in your folder? Okay, so now let me fix my uploading logic. And yes, look at that. Now this is working. So basically, I just imported, refresh it, and this is how they basically working right now. And you guys can see that I'm basically able to upload photos now. Okay, let me try to upload this, and look at that. This is how I can upload, and this is my library storage I am fetching. Not only this, I can even upload multiple photo at once. Okay, so let me just, okay, so for some reason I can't upload multiple photos, or maybe let me try to upload two of them. So multiple photos not working, let me fix it. Actually, I think we just forget to add this application properties of implementing the max file size and max request size. Okay, so make sure to add that, and then everything is fine, I think then. So let me just quickly check, and everything is done. And so now hopefully if I now just close everything, and then if I close it and simply hit npm run dev, and our backend is, make sure to close this currently running backend, and then go inside the backend application and rerun your application. Okay, and then this will work. So let's just check it. Let me go to my, let me close my Twitter, and then let me go to my photos, and inside my photos let me try to upload, let's say this photo. Okay, let me press on open, and look at that, I'm able to upload them one by one here. Okay, hopefully you guys able to see this UI, and then at once I can upload multiple photos. Not only this, what I can do, I can select all the photos. So let me just go inside the album. I already have one working album, So I can even add albums, photos inside this album. How? So no photos in this album. Select photos from your library and add them into the album. Okay. So what I can do basically, I can simply press on select photos. Let me select all of them, and then I can clear them, I can archive them, I can add to album. So let me simply press on add to album. Then this is the UI. Again, if we going to implement each and every UI by ourselves, then it will going to take a lot of time. So I just don't want it to do that. Now let me simply select this album, and right now we only have 0 photos into it. Then I can simply add to album. And now if I go to my album and check, so this sample album have 6 photos, and look at that, we have used basically around 112 kbs. Nice. And then what, and if I just reload it, definitely then I can fetch the latest value. Like now I have 6 photos and I have used around 5.5 MB basically. Nice. Not only this, what I can do, I can basically click on any photos, then I will go inside the AI, basically inside the ID of that photo, and with the help of ImageKit, look at that, we can remove the background. So let me select a photo that contain a background. So let me try to upload some latest photo. I don't know what will this for. Okay, so this is the photo that I have. Okay, some Postgres specific thing. Then what I wanted to do, I wanted to remove my background. So I can simply press on remove background, and then I can simply say preview transform. So they will basically going to start hitting this request, going to call ImageKit, and ImageKit will going to give us a response. And look at that, now I can basically remove a background as well. Not only this, I can simply save that as a new photo, and this new photo will basically going to save inside my ImageKit as well, and inside my the metadata inside my DB as well. Okay, and look at that, now I got my new photos. Not only this, I can change my background, I can do generative fields, I can do smart crop, like how much you basically wanted to crop your image, object crop, how you wanted to retouch it, basically upscale, AI edit. So for AI edit, you can basically add the prompt here, and then you can simply do preview transform, everything will going to work for you. Okay, so this is something next level inside the image kit, and I really love it. Okay, so not only this, what you can do, you can just come here, you can delete your album, but you can even go to photos and select any of the photo. Let's say this photo, and I just wanted to archive this photo. So the moment I hit on archive, and if you go inside this archive, look at that, now I can see my archive photos as well. Amazing. And the moment again, if I go to my photos, and let's say I just wanted to delete this, but this is not delete right now, this is moved to trash. And now if I just permanently wanted to delete it, so simply select them and simply run this delete forever. So the moment you hit delete forever, this will going to delete permanently. But you can even restore the image, and you can do a lot of things. I mean, look at that. So this is something your Google Photos clone, and thanks to ImageKit, like we just able to achieve all of thing without any issue from the ImageKit as well. And crazy project, crazy project, really such a nice project. It's my humble request, just go and try to create everything from scratch once again by yourself. You can copy and paste, no issue, but the moment you just not able to understand something, use that code snippet, use your AI model, and try to understand that, try to grab that, break down this entire project into small pieces, and then build them one by one. Okay, so that is my suggestion, and with this we successfully able to create this amazing project. So now let me end this entire project and see you next time. So bye bye, take care, see ya, and bye bye.